Okay, welcome to part 12. In the last section we UV mapped our crates and our barrels, and we exported all the UV maps of our entire lighthouse scene across into our directory ready for texturing. In this particular section what we're going to be looking at is a little bit of ZBrush work, nothing too high resolution or anything at the moment. What we're going to be doing is just blocking out the rough forms of the rock faces at the moment for this. And then in the next section we'll look into adding more detail and exporting normal maps and displacement maps. So for now this is just going to be a rough out sort of section really for this, and in order to do so we need to export a couple of OBJs. So we're going to start off with this one. So we're going to go File, Export Selection, and we're going to call this one Island. So I'm going to export that one. As you can see, I've already got one in there. We're just going to overwrite that. And also we're going to do the concrete base for the lighthouse itself, so let's export that over as well. So export selection and concrete base, and we'll just overwrite that, and that's all done. So what we need to do now is jump into ZBrush, and we're going to go import, and we're going to go island. So we're going to open that out, quads and triangles, and I'm just going to draw this one out, hit T, and there we go. So there's our island all ready to go. Now in order to get the concrete base in, what we need to do now is go to Subtool, okay, and we're going to go to Append, and I'm just going to call up the Polymesh 3D like so, highlight the layer that creates in the Subtool menu, and if we just go back up and go Import and go Concrete Base, and that will overwrite that and pop that in exactly the right position that we need. So we're all good to go. So what we want to do is work on the island. We've brought this in just for reference, just so we don't sort of go too mad and over the top around these edges for this sort of first section of our ZBrush pass. So I'm going to re-highlight the layer, and as you can see the mesh or the shader goes to a brighter colour to let us know that that's the layer that we're working on. So if we just look at that, and then you can see that doing the same as well. Okay, so that's all good. So what I'd like to do is just change the shader completely, and I think what we'll do is look at the basic material first of all. Okay, so that's all changed and we're ready to go. So for the first part of this I'm going to keep alphas off and just use the standard brush. Okay, so all we're doing is blocking out, so we're going to just jump straight in. And first of all, what we need to do to get some sort of more resolution and stuff as well is divide up the mesh, which we'll do very shortly. But first of all, what I want to do is just move a few things around just to bulk it out just a little bit more. So we're just going to pull things around like so. Okay, just to get things into shape a bit better. Doing it this way is a lot quicker as well than doing it in Maya. You can do whichever way that you choose to do. For something like this I would choose to do it in ZBrush, whereas if I was doing character work I'd be a bit more sort of anal and precise, and I'll be doing it by the point or by the edge over in Maya itself, as opposed to doing it here in ZBrush. Some people do things a different way, but that's my chosen sort of workflow. So we're just blocking this out, and I think really for this particular tutorial as well, we're just going to be concentrating just around this front area, and between the end of this particular chapter and the next one I'll probably pop in and just do a little bit on the back just to match everything up, so we're sort of all ready to go on the next section. So I'm just going to turn off the local button here. As you can see, when I'm rotating around in the scene, it's rotating around a certain axis, and this is local, means where I last sort of did an edit on the mesh itself. So as you can see, I'm editing around here, so now the rotational axis or the rotation point will be around there. And let me just do this one here, just pull this out a bit. So now when I rotate, it rotates around that point. So by turning this off, you can see what we can do. Even if I move the mesh around a bit, it just stays around the center pivot. So that's a little tip there worth noting. Okay, so let's just move a little bit more of this around. Okay, and what we'll do once we've divided the first pass up and done a little bit of sculpting, we'll export the OBJ out as a new object, and then we can use that one later on back in Maya because it'll have a bit more form, and it will help us as well when we come to add the displacement map and stuff over in Maya as well when we come to do the rendering. Okay, so I think that's all pretty good. Let's just have a let's just bolt these guys out just a little bit more here, and just down there. Let's just take the side of the brush down a little bit. There we go. Okay, so that's all good. So Control D to divide up. There we go, as you can see. And I'm going to use the standard brush now, and with Z add-on I'm just going to start to sort of sculpt stuff again, just sort of bulk things out just a little bit more. And I'm just going to pop that alpha just on there. Okay, and we don't want that one, that's better. There we go. I had the drag rectangle accidentally selected there, but I've just got the standard brush on now, the freehand brush, so we're all good to go. Now I'm just going to turn that alpha off because I don't want to be doing anything specific at the moment, so just using the standard brushes, just going to start to add a bit more form to this island now. So there we go. The other thing as well, we're not going to be doing any sort of anything flash in ZBrush either. This is all just purely blocking out and just adding details the old-fashioned way, if you like, before the advent of all these cool brushes came to be in the latest versions of ZBrush. So we're just going to keep it simple and keep it easy for you. We still have a fair way to go yet, because David's going to be doing the real flow stuff with you once we've got the modelling and texturing all out of the way, and then hopefully it should make for a really cool scene once he shows you how to do all the simulations and stuff. Okay, so let's just pop these out, and just along here as well. Let's just bring that one out a bit as well. I'm looking at my reference as well. I haven't got much reference around the back here, but we can sort of mix and match, if you like, just between the shapes that we've got already and just add what's visible on the reference. Okay, well, that's not too bad. Okay, let's just do another division. So Control D once again. Let's just take the side of the brush down, and then we can start to add a bit more. Okay. So again, you can see it's taking form very quickly as well. Okay. Now I'm just going to change the shader over to the green, I think, this one. No, let's do a different one. Let's look at the grey. Yeah, that's a better one. The material capture grey is a good one as well. You can sometimes with the shaders you can see stuff better than other ones. So some have more advantage than the others. So for this one, you know, I can see the forms of pretty much every nook and cranny now. Okay, so you can see the polys stretching to their absolute limit. So it will be a good thing to go in very shortly and do another division just so we can get some more sort of detail in there, even at this early stage. Let's just bring that up. So as you can see, I'm just gliding over very, very quickly with the standard brush. You know, I'm not worried about anything else. Let's just have a look at that. That comes across there like that. Okay, and we'll do some just coming up and across there. Okay. Most of this below this sort of line will be below the sea, so we're not going to see a great deal, but we're still going to add bits to it. Okay. Okay. Just press in the Alt key here just to dent stuff in just a little bit more. Okay, like so. And by releasing that, we can then go back and sculpt, pulling the mesh out towards us. So I'm sure most of you know that already, for those of you who have had a play with ZBrush. Okay, so it's looking pretty good. As I said, I'm not going to do the back of this very much. I'll do that in between the end of this chapter and the next one, just so it's all finished off nicely. But I will be using the same techniques as I'm using now, so there won't be any trickery or magic going on behind the scenes. So just going around, let's just add a bit here while we're here. There we go. So I think now is a good time. So if we just go back to the geometry tab, okay, as you can see here under the subdivision levels, we just go all the way back to number, I think we go to subdivision level 2 and delete lower res, so that now keeps this resolution as our base mesh or our base resolution, and then we can add this or export this out to as an OBJ, so we can use that later on in Maya. So let's just check our export buttons. Let's turn group off, and that's all ready to go. Those are good. And we're just going to go back up here, export. So I'm going to call this island underscore 02. So that'll be the one that we'll be working on in Maya. Okay, so that's all good. So now we can go back down to our divisions and put that back up to 2. And we can now afford to go back in and do another division to now level 3. So that's all good. And just for the record, let's just see how many polys we're using. 41,000, and that's it. So we're doing pretty good. Okay, so in fact I'm going to go up again, do another division, and let's do another one as well, so we can start to get some different sort of forms and stuff going on now. Okay, so as you can see, I'm doing this real quick, but there is a neat little brush that I do like to use that is completely available, and is visible on the brushes palette, which is called Flatten, and it's really good when you want to come to make these sort of rock sort of patterns and stuff. So what I like to do is bulk these out first with just some sort of like random sort of sculpting, and then just flatten those back, and it does give a nice appearance to the rock as well. So it's all worth trying out as well. But it's useful because, I mean, the reference I have here in front of me as well, the rock is quite flat itself, so just by doing this to start it off is a good way of doing this. Just gives it that sort of extra sort of detail feel. And of course it'll end up hopefully looking like rock. Let's just take down the opacity a bit. Take that back up. Okay, so that's starting to make sense now. As you can see, let's just zoom out just a little bit so you can see the effect that we're getting. And let's just scale that up. I'm quite pleased with this so far. It's working quite well. And with the Alt key pressed down, just going to push a few bits back as well, and just up in here. Okay, and back to the standard sculpting now. Okay. And let's just do a little bit of random sculpting just along here. In fact, what we can do, if we get the move tool and just pull these sort of areas up just a little bit and pull those across. There we go. And just blend those in ever so slightly. See, this is the reason why I bought this concrete base in, so we can do stuff like that. And I'm just going to sort of randomize the cracks and stuff along here as well. If you notice, I'm not using the pinch brush because that does not work when it comes to outputting displacement. So I'm going to be using a fair bit of the move tool and the normal standard brush as well, so it makes life just a little bit easier and we don't waste our time. I mean, I could go back in and just reproject the mesh on itself after deleting certain levels, but I'm not going to for this. I just want to keep it as simple as possible. So let's just move this stuff around. That's looking pretty good there. And let's move this guy back as well. And we'll grab these guys here. just sort of get that sort of worn look, as if the whole of this island has been beaten by the sea and it's crumbling away. Okay, so that's all good. Okay, so what we're going to do now is the flatten brush, just down here. Also, if you click on any one of the brushes, you can access pretty much all of the brushes in ZBrush, and if you press any letter like F for flatten, oops, okay, and hopefully in here we should see the flatten brush, which is just up there. So anything beginning with F rather, I beg your pardon, it will come up. So we've got flakes. If I hit that again, hit F, and we've got flatten just there. So just bear that in mind, that those things are accessible through the power of the alphabet. So okay, so let's jump in. So I'm going to start flattening stuff off now, just to give it a bit more of a rock feel. Now we've added all the sort of bulge details and stuff. And let's just increase the intensity a little bit more. So you can see by using the flatten brush after we've used the standard brush to sculpt stuff, you can start to make some interesting sort of flattened rock faces on different sort of levels and stuff. You can see there. So it has its uses by doing it this way. Some of you may choose to do another method, but so there we go. So I'm just going to flatten this out. In fact, we'll do a Z sub. There we go. So it flattens it off quite nicely. Okay, so let's flatten this one off good and proper just around here. There we go. Just looking at my reference, there's a big, huge flat part just on here, but I want to keep some of these bumps and stuff as well. There we go. Okay. Let's spin that around a little bit. this one off a little bit in places. Try and keep some of the bumps as well. Okay. There we go. So just coming to the end of this now. So this is really sort of like the rough sort of blocking out of the rock face, and you can just go around the rest of your model and do whatever you want with it. As you can see, I've used like 2 brushes so far, just to give us a sort of worn sort of rock look. And so what I'll do in between this and the next chapter, I will finish this off, and then we can get into some sort of higher detail. And hopefully have something that resembles an even more of a rock or a small island. So hopefully we should be able to achieve that. The other thing as well that's worth mentioning while we're on the subject of this island is the sort of the size of the detail that we're doing, because you know there's a lighthouse that's going to be situated up here, so you know, we have to keep everything to a good scale in order to give it scale. So that'll be another thing that we'll be looking at as well. So at the moment, these rocks are working quite well, and I think, you know, talking of scale, the scale is looking pretty good in comparison with the concrete base of the lighthouse itself. So I'm going to end this here, so I don't bore you to tears with adding, you know, and flattening all of this island out, and I shall see you in the next chapter. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to part 13. In the last chapter we began to sculpt this guy up, and as I said, in between the last chapter and now, I'd go in and finish this off. And as you can see, it's all there, all the forms are there, and they're all ready to create a displacement map. We won't be creating the displacement map in this chapter right now. What we're going to be doing is creating the sort of the high frequency, or the sort of the small detail of the island. And to do that, what we're going to be doing is I've loaded up already some alphas, and these are of rock faces and cracks and stuff like that. These are from my own collection, so unfortunately I won't be giving these away to you. You can actually make your own through the power of Photoshop and also Google. Just download some really high res images of rocks and stuff like that, and desaturate them and give them a high contrast, so you end up with an image that's very similar to what you have here on the screen. And then save those out as either PSDs or TIFFs or JPEGs. It's entirely up to you. But for now, we're going to get cracking anyway. So I am going to use, let's have a look. I think we'll go with 2 for now, because that's got some just sort of minor detail, if you like. We're going to be doing a very light sort of surface covering for this chapter, and then what we're going to do is we're going to start adding the extra deeper cracks, and then we'll go from there. So let's get started. And the first thing you want to do is we're going to add a layer and so we're just going to add another layer just here in the layer palette, and we're going to rename that, and we're going to call that detail. Okay, I'll just hit that, and then what I'm going to do is just zoom straight in and enlarge the brush that we have. I'm going to drop the intensity right down, and as you can see I've already chosen the alpha 2, and we're going to be on the spray stroke, okay, for this. And hopefully, oh, we've got lazy mouse on, so let's turn that off. So let's turn that off. Sometimes it does need a bit of a kick to get this going. That's better. Okay, so I just take the brush down. Sometimes I have to jump backwards and forwards between brushes just to get the other brush to work, but it's no problem. And let's increase the intensity. It's about 8. Let's just have a look. Oh, it's too much, so we'll undo that. Okay, and let's drop it down to 5. And let's try again. That's not too bad. And I think 3 is going to be the one to suffice for this part of the exercise. So we should be good to go there, and there we go. So this is very, very fine, light surface sort of covering of rock, using the spray strokes. You may want to increase your intensity, I don't know, it's just entirely up to you, but do have a look at reference and stuff like that, and see what you've got, and go from there. So we're going to continue to go around like this, and what I am going to do is just sort out the material, because it's given a lot of specular. So let's just bring that right down. In fact, let's drop the diffuse, or the ambient actually. There we go. Let's just drop the diffuse down just for this exercise. I mean, it's not going to make any difference anyway at the end, because we're going to be going into Maya and using blend shaders and stuff, so it's no biggie. So we're just going to go around and begin to put in this surface detail on here. So let's just bring that up to 4. Okay, so we can see that a bit better. There we go. So okay, so nothing drastic, nothing too heavy going. The heavy going stuff will start very shortly, but we won't be boring you to tears and going through everything with that. We'll be using that sort of thing, and going by the power of editing, and we'll start doing the really high detail, deep cracks very shortly, and then we'll have a bit of a pause, and then we'll bring you back and show you how to extract those maps, and hopefully you should be on your way. So we'll just go around, finish these up. So as you can see, I'm just going around very quickly and just spraying on the cracks. You can alternate between textures and stuff as well through the alphas. You may want to choose a couple of different ones here and there, but for the sake of this exercise, I'm just going around and just spraying these on with the standard this standard alpha that I have here. I'm not using a different one every time. Okay, so that's all pretty good to go. Now just to mix it up a little bit, and of course, do have a experiment with your strokes as well. Let's just switch over to the freehand one here, and let's have a look, see what that can do. So that will give us a different sort of effect, as you can see there, and you can probably just make out as a square edge to that. So what you can do is go up to the modify under the alpha tab, and you can blur that. You can do a radial fade. There you go. You can see up there in the top left, as I increase the radial fade, you can see the actual edges of that alpha getting a lot softer. So you can go in and do stuff like that, and of course, you know, there you go, you can see the intensity of that just along there. So let's just undo that. Okay, and we'll just drop that back down, and you can see there the sort of result that you can get just through playing around with the brushes as well. Okay, so let's zoom out and let's have a look at this area along here. So we're going to grab another alpha, and I think 3 should be good, and this time we're going to use the drag rectangle, and let's have a look at increasing some of the intensity now. Let's have a look, see what we get. So this is the sort of thing that will begin to make the model pop, and you can just go around and you can spin the brush around just to get some variation and so on, and there we go. So and of course increase your intensities if you want, you know, just to get a different feel, and overlap the brushes as well, just so you can get sort of lots of detail in one area, just to make out, you know, there's a lot more going on in there. But also with something like this, be aware of the scale as well, because you don't want things looking too big, otherwise it'll end up looking like a toy, stuff like that. So you know, do bear stuff like scale in mind as well. So what we're going to do is, as you can see, this has been very, very basic so far. So I'm just going to do a little bit more of this, and then what we're going to do, we're going to cut, and I'm going to go away and finish it off, and then we'll come back, and through the, as I said, through the power of editing, we'll have a finished model for you in terms of the high frequency detail, and then we'll extract out the normal maps and the displacement maps. Okay, so that's all pretty good. Okay, so you know, I'm just going around different areas. I'm not doing it all in one area, you know, just mixing it up a little bit, like so. There we go. Just adding these sort of things all the way down. And there we go. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward, and let's just go and grab what we got. Let's have, oh, I quite like that one, that's pretty good. So with that one, what we can do is we can grab that brush, let's undo that. Again, this is not the sort of thing that you can really rush through if you're going to do it properly. So this is why I'm not going to do the whole island like this while we're recording this for you, because otherwise you'll probably end up going to sleep. So this kind of thing we'll do off camera to finish the rest of it off. So as you can see, just trying to mix up these alphas just to give us a variation over the surface. And let's go back to number 1 this time. So there we've got a different sort of variation in the texture, and we can just run this all around, stuff like that. And if you're not happy with what you got, you can just press the shift and smooth it back out, and then you can go in again, you know, and let's just grab that number 2, and we can go back in, and we can just spray over the surface again, and so on, and then you can start again, okay, like so. There we go. So okay, So what we're going to do, we're going to pause here. I'm going to finish this guy off, and then we'll come back and we'll extract some displacement maps and some normal maps. So I shall see you very, very shortly. Okay, so here we are, and as you can see, I've gone around the entire island and finished off all the high frequency detail using exactly the same methods that I was showing you just before we paused. And there you go. So if we just zoom in and have a look, you can see all that lovely detail going on in there. So now what we need to do is obviously get this stuff out of ZBrush and ready to use in Maya or whatever other software package that you're going to be rendering this guy out in. So let's do that now. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to scroll down to UV map, and what we want is a 4096. Okay, and then what we're going to do, we're going to open out displacement map, and we're going to open out normal map as well. So what I want to say is that what we can do is you don't necessarily have to create the normal map. You can just create a displacement map and it will create all this lovely detail for you on that map as well. But what we're going to do, we're going to do both ways. So we're going to do it without the detail and with the detail, and obviously the whole of this detail for the normal map itself as well. So first of all, we're going to do the normal map, and if we just go to the geometry tab and if we just lower the division level, and what this is going to do, this is going to allow us to output the map properly, because ZBrush doesn't like to do it at the high subdivision levels. So, and then what we can do is if we jump all the way down to normal map, and if we just grab, make sure you've hit 4096, and that should come up there. Okay, and then we can go to create normal map. So you want to make sure you've got tangent on. Okay, smooth UV if you want, and then create normal map, and hopefully it should start working its magic, and we should have a normal map any second now. So hopefully, and here we go, and just watching the blue bar go across the screen, and then once that's done we should have a map, and that should pop in there, and there we go. Okay, so there's our normal map, and what we need to do is clone that. Okay, go out to the texture palette, open it out, there we go, so you can see all that detail in there. Okay, so what we need to do now is flip it in the V, because once it goes over to Maya it will need to be in this position for the correct UV space. Okay, so now it should look, hopefully let's get this to work, there we go. So now it's the opposite way around. So what we need to do now is export this out, and we're going to go to the Lighthouse folder, textures, and we'll do a TIFF file, and we'll call it island underscore normal map underscore 4K, which is the resolution of the file. And what we'll do, we'll save that out. Okay, all done. Okay, so now that's done, what we can do is we can create a displacement map. And for this one, what we're going to do is create a displacement map with all the detail on. So we're not going to turn off the detailed layer at the moment. So what we're going to do is go to smooth UV, okay, flip in the V, so it already flips it for us, and we don't have to do that. 3 channels, which should be fine. This is going to be for 16-bit only. Okay, and we're going to go create and export. Okay, so we're going to call it island dismap detail, okay, underscore 01. Okay, and then save that, and then that should start working its magic as well, and hopefully there we go, we should have our map. And what we can do as well, if we just open up Photoshop, and that should allow us to open that up. And have a look at our map. Okay, so we'll go to our work folder. Okay, so we go to work, Lighthouse, textures, and we want our displacement map. Okay, and if we open that up, hit 0, and if we zoom in, you can see all that lovely detail that's gone across on the displacement map. Okay, so if I just scroll around, there we go. So you can see all the lovely detail all ready to use in your chosen 3D package to render out. Okay, so that's all looking great. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll minimize that. Okay, we'll jump back into ZBrush and we'll go all the way back up to the detail, okay, in the layers palette, and we'll just switch off the little eye icon, and then what that will do is just give us our standard island without the detail. So you can have two choices of displacement map, and you can use one with a normal map and one without. But if you want to, you can still use the normal map as well, even with the displacement map with all the detail, just to give it a little bit of extra pop by creating a bump node, a 2D bump node, and just pop that in there. Okay, so we just need to scroll back down to displacement map, and we're going to do the same thing, create an export, and we're going to call this just displacement map. Okay, and actually we'll call it underscore no detail. Okay, and we'll save that out and then let ZBrush work its magic again, and there we go. So that's all done, and we can jump back into Photoshop and hopefully open that up, and now you can see the difference between the two maps. Okay, like so, and that's what the difference does with one type or one way of doing the displacement map as opposed to the other. So we've got both of those. Or what you could do alternatively, pump this into a displacement node in Maya and then use this one as a bump map alternatively, as opposed to using the normal map. It's entirely up to you. So there's lots of different variations that you can use on these maps. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to end there, and let's just jump back to ZBrush. So we're going to end this here, and we're going to jump on in the next chapter, and we're going to get on with some colouring of the island itself, and hopefully that should finish that up with the textures for the rocks and stuff, and then in the following chapter we can get on with the actual building itself. So I shall see you in the next chapter. Okay, welcome back. In this section what we're going to be doing is getting on with the colour of our island. In the last section we went round and we finished off all our sculpting and stuff, and then we exported the displacement and normal maps for the island itself, ready to go over into Maya. So for this one we're going to be creating a colour map. First of all, you want to make sure your Z add is off and your Z sub as well, and make sure the Z intensities are down to 0, and also make sure your RGB is on. Okay, so you should be pretty much ready to go. As you can see up here, I've got the colour palette docked, which you can get from over here. So all you need to do is this, and hopefully you should have it this way, or you can dock it to the left hand side of your screen. It's entirely up to you. So okay, what we need to do now is we've got this sort of like grey colour that I'm going to use to colour the island with, and with RGB intensity up to 100, the alpha brushes are off, and the stroke is the freehand. So I'm just going to go around and pretty much just colour this all in like so. Okay. There we go. So I just got to do this side. And that's pretty much done and ready to go. Okay, and there we go. And we'll just hit F, frame that up. Okay, and let's just colour that centre piece in just for good measure. And there we go. Okay, so the material I'm using on this is basic material. The first one just down here, which is all good. It's up to you what you use. You will get sort of different results look wise, depending on the material that you use, but I tend to stick with the standard basic material as it gives a pretty good feedback. It doesn't give me any subsurface scattering, stuff like that you will get from sort of material captures like this. You get that kind of, it softens everything out, so I like to keep everything as it was, nice and, you know, so we can see all the detail, stuff like that. So what we want to do now is add some colour. So let's go in. So we're going to switch the colour up here, and we're going to select this one, and what we're going to choose is a green colour, because we're going to be doing the green around the base of the island. Okay, so let's just keep it fairly desaturated as well, and just going to shrink the brush down just a bit, and I'm just going to spray in that lower half of the island like so. Okay, just this is where the water level is going to be. Okay, and there we go. Okay, so that's pretty much the basis of the colours for this object. What we're going to be doing now is a bit of masking, and what we're going to do is add some more of this green, but it's going to be more broken up because of the masking that we're going to be using. So I'm going to scroll down, going to go mask by intensity, mask by cavity, I beg your pardon, and as you can see, a mask has now appeared over the surface of the island. So I'm just going to drop the intensity of our brush as well, and I'm just going to go over the green just a little bit. And what you'll notice is that when we remove the mask in a moment, you'll see that it hasn't covered the entire surface of the island with this green in the areas, I beg your pardon, where we're painting. It's masked out various cavities and stuff like that, hence being called mask by cavity. So just gonna go around and just add a little bit more colour just around here as well, so that's all good. And just gonna do up in the cracks and stuff as well, like so, as if the water's been trapped in there and the algae has grown. So just do a bit more down here in this crevice, and some in here as well. So again, I'm doing this quick because of the tutorial, but obviously take your time, use your reference. I have got reference printed out here in front of me, so I'm sort of going by that as well. So there we go, and that's better. And I'll just paint all this in as well, and do a little bit of random sort of green areas as well. And again, we've still got this mask on, so it's not going to be painting everything completely green. And we'll just do it along the top. There we go. And what we'll do now is we'll just do in here a bit more. Okay, like so. And we'll just give that a little bit of random sort of paint just along this area as well. There we go. So that's all good. It's all looking pretty good. And around here. And just a little bit in and around here as well. And we'll pop some just in the top of that as well. Okay, so that's good. Now to clear the mask, you can either press the clear button, or you can go Control Shift A, and it will clear the mask that way. So if we now zoom in, you can see we've got green on there, but we've also got, we can see all through the green and still see the base sort of grey colour as well. So it's a pretty straightforward thing to do. Okay, so we're going to go mask by cavity again, and this time we're going to inverse it so it reverses the mask the other way around. And what we're going to do is we're going to switch the colour, go back to the grey, and I'm going to choose a very dark grey this time. Okay, and we're just going to give the rocks more of a random sort of feel to them, texture wise. Okay. And there we go. So I'm just going around, not using the colour completely. There we go. Just dark enough just to pick out some of the detail. Like so. Okay, Control Shift A, clear the mask. And we'll just add just a little bit more without the mask as well. There we go. Okay, like so. And then what we can do is I'm going to go down, mask by cavity once again, and then let's just move this up into position. There we go. And then what we're going to do is just darken it just a little bit. Okay, and we're going to go fill object, and then this time it's going to, with the intensity, the RGB intensity set to 10, we're just going to flood it at 10% on the fill object, like so. Okay, and then Control Shift A, clear that. And if we go in, we should start to see some little bits and pieces going on in there. So that's all good. Okay, so let's scroll back up, and then let's switch the colour now, and let's go in and get a browny sort of colour for some vegetation as well. And that colour should do it, I think, about there. And then what we can do is go around, let's just drop the intensity of the brush, and we can start to paint. Let's make it a little bit darker, some sort of random colours to the rocks as well. There we go. So you can just see that starting to appear on there, like so. And you know, be as random as you can. Obviously follow reference if you have some good reference, because obviously the more reference you have, the better it's going to look at the end of the day as well. There we go. So I'm just trying to follow the various contours as well. That's better. There we go. And let's just do around the surface, or the base rather, towards the top of the weed. And this area, of course, is the part that's going to be mainly underwater. There we go. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Let's just undo that one. Okay, that's better. So that's looking pretty good. I'll just join that up there. Just a little bit of random colour on the tips of these as well. There we go. Okay, so let's switch the colour back to the green. We're going to do a darker green now. Okay, and what we're going to do is just go into these areas and just darken these off even more. This is where water could have run and just saturated the rocks and stuff and caused all the vegetation to start growing, or the algae. Okay, let's just take that back a bit more again, and we'll add a bit more colour there. There we go. So this darker colour sort of doing the trick now. Let's just pop some in there a bit more. There we go. And let's bring this around the front. There we go. And just add some more colour. Just generally, all around. And there we go. Okay, so we're almost done with this. I'll probably do a little bit more before we head off for the next chapter. So let's just get this all done. And I think what we'll do as well is we'll add some white speckles, or some off-white should I say. Let's go head towards more of a yellow as well. That's better. And what we can do is go and grab, let's choose that one. We'll do a sort of some mottled effects on the top of the rocks there. Let's just have a look. Let's increase the intensity just so we can see what we're doing. Let's see what sort of effects we get. Okay, so we zoom in. Okay, so let's zoom back out. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so we'll just go in, just add some of these effects, and what we can do is just try out some of the different sort of drag rectangle brushes and stuff as well with these alphas, because you can achieve some pretty good effects with those as well. There we go, so we'll just start to drag stuff around and just put some more variation into the rocks, like so. And let's use that as a spray. There we go, that's better. And all around. Let's just drop the intensity again. There we go. And some on the back. So I'm zooming through this because of the obviously for the tutorial, but you can take your time, but this hopefully will give you an idea of what you can do. Just follow your reference and stuff. I keep getting that lazy mouse, is that not on? Okay. go. Okay, so we'll call it a day there. Obviously you can decide to take yours a lot further than this, but for me that's good enough for now, for the rest of the tutorial. In the next section what we're going to do is start looking at the actual lighthouse building and stuff itself. We've still got a little bit of sculpting to do as well, because we need to get some steps done on the base of the lighthouse. But before we go ahead and do that, let's scroll down here to the UV map section, make sure we're on 4096, and let's do a new texture like so. So this is going to go this colour, or whatever colour that you're set to, and then what we'll do is new from polypaint, and this should create us a nice new texture colour of our island. It should look pretty flat once it pops, but it's just displaying the island itself. There we go. So that's what it looks like. Okay, and what we need to do is clone that texture. Okay, go up to the texture palette just up here, as you can see, there it is. Okay, flip it in the V like so, and export that, and we'll do that as a TIFF. Okay, we'll go up to Lighthouse, go textures, and there's one already that we can already overwrite, and we can save that out. Okay, and that's done. So we'll call it a day there on the colouring of the island there, and I shall see you in the next section, and what we'll do, we'll start getting on with the actual lighthouse building itself. So I shall see you then. Cheers for now. Okay, welcome to the next part. What we're going to be doing in here is creating some textures for our lighthouse tower, and we're going to be doing a little bit of ZBrush work with some alpha masks and a little bit of deformation work to sort of pump some detail out and extract out a normal map. So let's get cracking. So what I've got here is one of the UV tiles that we output a lot earlier on in the tutorial. I've got a 4K concrete texture that I've put together, and I've also got this 512 by 512 brick texture, and the reason for the small size I will show you very shortly. So first of all, what we want to do is make sure that both of these two first documents are the same size, and I do know for a fact that they are, but I will show you anyway. So this is 4096 by 4096, otherwise known as a 4K texture, and just to make sure that our UV texture as well, or our UV layout texture, is the same, and there you go. So it's a 4K image as well. So with the shift key held down and our concrete texture highlighted or selected, simply drag that into the UV tile texture, and we can close off the white concrete. So if we go over to the layer palette, you can now see that we've got the concrete sitting over the background layer of the UV tile. So what we want to do is duplicate that, so simply select it and drag that down, and then what we want to do is bring that up and over the top of the concrete, and that's already done. So what we need to do is rename, so we're going to call this one UV, okay, and we're going to call this concrete, like so. Okay, so that's all done. Now we would need to see our texture, so select the UV layer and go up to your blend modes and simply select screen, and you should be able to see right through your UV texture. It will still show the white outline, but we should be able to see at this point our white concrete. So if you've done that, well done, and let's get cracking, let's carry on. So now what we want to do, the idea of this part is to expose this brickwork underneath the concrete rendering on the outside of the wall. So I've chosen this grey brick colour, or texture rather, and the idea is we're going to do the similar sort of thing, and then we're going to use some layer masks and mask some bits and pieces out, and then get that into ZBrush to make our bump maps and stuff. So if we grab this particular texture, so make sure it's highlighted, shift key down, drag that into the center of that document. So as you can see, this texture is very, very small. It's a 512, And the reason I've chosen a 512 is so that the brickwork can have a certain scale as soon as it goes into the 4K texture itself. So we've got a 4K with a 512 texture in there as well. But the other thing is, at the moment the brickwork is still very big, so we need to scale that down first. So in order to do that, let's discard that layer, select our brick, go to image size. As you can see, it's 512 by 512. Type in 300 by 300, hit OK. Alright, so that's all done. Now what we do need to do is make a new layer above our concrete for a minute. So simply click new layer, and we'll call this brickwork. Okay, so there's brick. And now what we want to do is select the brick texture. Let's put that over the top so you know which one we're working on. Okay, and then go edit, define pattern. As you can see here, we've got pattern name, it's called brick grey. So just hit OK. Alright, now with this selected now, the big texture, making sure the layer brick is selected, go to edit and fill. And if you usually, when you open the fill menu up, it'll either be on foreground colour, background colour, just depends what you've used. But in this case we want to be using pattern, so if you just select pattern, okay, and then go to the drop down box for the custom pattern and select the last one in your list, which is the one that we've just defined, hit OK, and that will fill this document up with the brick texture, kind of like a tile map, as if you were making a map for games. Okay, so there you go, that's all done. So we can close this off. Okay, we don't need that anymore. And then grab the concrete layer and drag that above the brick layer. Now what we want to do now is, if we just zoom in all the way down here, just move that up a little bit. Okay, now the idea is to get rid of some of this concrete wall and expose the brickwork underneath, and in order to do that we need to use a layer mask. So with the concrete layer selected, simply go down to the bottom of the layer palette and select this little icon down the bottom here with the white circle in the center, and click that. That will give us a layer mask next to our texture. The icon next to the texture, when you've had that selected, is the paintbrush, but when you're on the layer mask, you'll have this little, or this sort of grey box with a white circle in the middle, so you know you're ready to do some layer masking. Okay, so in order to use the masking, the idea is that the colour picker should be on black and white, like so. So the foreground, when it's black, it means you can mask out any area on that particular texture or layer or whatever you're doing. But if you switch it to white, what it will do is put that back. It will put that particular texture back that you've just sort of masked out using the black colour. Okay, so I'm just going to demonstrate that for you. So let's just go and grab our brush up here. Okay, so just going to make sure that the colour picker is set to black, and then just simply paint that out like so. Okay, so I'm just using the cracks on this concrete as a guide. Okay, there we go. Okay, and if you want to bring it back, just simply, you can hit X, that will switch the colours around. Let's just scale our brush up a bit more, and you can just paint that back in like so. So let's Control Z that, because I don't want to mask, I don't want to put that back now. I'm very happy with the way that is. So what I will do is just make sure that our UV, let's just drop the opacity just a little bit, just so we can see what we're doing underneath a bit better. And then just click back on to the layer mask on our concrete layer, and then what we can do is go and find another area to mask out. So I'm going to do a couple of areas, and then we're going to jump over into ZBrush, because otherwise, you know, I could spend all day doing this sort of work. You know, just go around the whole lighthouse and you know, just chip away at the concrete. But I'll show you a few little areas that I want to do, and then you can translate the rest and put as many as you like in. So I'm going to just do all these sort of areas around here for now, just for this exercise. Okay, and then we'll just go a little bit smaller. There we go. And then we'll do this guy just in here. Okay, like so. And then we'll just move this along. And what we'll do a big chunk along the bottom of the doorway. Okay, so I'm just going to grab all of this and just do a big chunk of concrete out of the bottom of there. There we go. Okay. And let's just drag it all the way along here as well. So I'm just masking this very quickly for the sake of the tutorial. Okay, but you can take your time. And there we go. And I think what we'll do, just do another one just up here, just for good measure. Okay, and then that's pretty much done. Let's just show a little bit of the brickwork there, just show that brick off. There we go, that's all good. It's probably a bit too much, not what I wanted, so let's just mask that back. Okay, so let's just do there, and I think that's good enough for that. Okay, so that's done for now anyway. Like I said, you can take your time and do as much as you feel necessary. So let's save this document out. So we're going to go File, Save As. As you can see, I've already prepared a document, so we're just going to save over that one. So I'll just save that, hit OK. That's all done. Then we need to turn off the UV itself. And then we're going to go File, Save As, and we're going to save this version as a JPEG. And we've got that one there, so we'll use that. So we'll save over that, hit OK, and that's done. So now let's just close that off, just do no, because we've already saved it, and we just need to open the JPEG up. Now, in order to get this displaying properly in ZBrush, we need to flip this in the vertical axis. So if we go rotate, go flip canvas vertical, okay, like so, job done. And then just save over that. And the idea is that when this texture goes into ZBrush, it comes in the right way up, because the UV layout is completely different in ZBrush. But when you export the map out again to come back to Photoshop or go into Maya, you'll need to flip the map back the other way again. So that should all be done. So let's just save, we're all good, and we'll close that off. And if we just jump over into ZBrush, and as you can see, I've already loaded in our tower. I've just gone to the import, gone to the main building, and opened that up. So that's all ready. So let's just draw that into place. Okay, like so. There we go. And we're just going to put the fast shader on, and that's just very easy to use, no fuss. And what we'll do is divide up the tower as well. If you just go to the geometry tab and go divide, and I think we'll go up to, I think 6 should be enough for us. I don't think it will go any more than that actually. What's that at? That's 5 million. Let's see if we can go one more. No, it won't. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so that's all ready to go. So what we need to do now is go and get ourselves a texture. So we've got a texture, and we're going to go to import. Okay, so we need to go to the Lighthouse folder, go to textures, and we want our main wall color. So if we open that up, bring that in, that should be there. Just double check, and there it is there, that's great. Scroll all the way down to texture map, okay, click on the box, select your texture, and hopefully it should all come in nicely and all be the right way around as we painted it over in ZBrush, sorry, beg your pardon, in Photoshop. So that's all great. So what we want to do now is what we're going to be doing is creating an alpha mask, and that's going to come in useful for us very, very shortly. Okay, so what we want to do is just zoom in a little bit, okay, like so, That should be enough, I think. Now I'm just going to scale our brush down. Okay, and let's do the focal shift as well. Let's make that nice and wide. Okay, like so. Just scale that brush a bit more. And with the control key pressed down, you'll see that the cursor then goes yellow and you'll get mask added. And all we want to do is start masking out the chipped area. Okay, like so. So we're just going to go around those bits that we've done, and hopefully should all be good to go. So there we go. Okay, so let's do the next one. And again, excuse me, beg your pardon, control key down, and just mask that guy out. And there we go. Nothing too drastic at all. So it's all good. And just a little bit on the edges there. Okay. And then we need to go and find the other stuff. So we'll have a mosey round down here. As you can see, a little bit of stretching there going on with the UV. It was all fine over in Maya. So maybe it's just where we've divided it in ZBrush. So we won't worry about that for the moment. We can always tweak that a little bit later on when we go back into Maya, putting it all together before we hand it over to David and the real flow stuff, which is the part I'm sure you're gagging to do. So I wish you well with that, because that could be quite memory intensive on your computer. So let's crack on anyway. So right, just wait a minute, let's just undo that because I've blurred that accidentally. There we go, just undo. That's better. Sometimes if you tap in the area with the control key down, you can end up blurring the mask. So it's just something to be aware of. Okay, and we'll just do that up there. I'm not too worried about the edges. You know, see, I've done it again. Let's bring back the sharpness, that's better. I'm not too worried about overall neatness of the edges, because we're going to be using this as a layer or an alpha mask, and we're going to be doing a little bit of deformation in that area, so I'm not too concerned. As long as we've got the main shape, we can edit everything else as we go. So let's just do these last two bits. Okay, and then that guy there. There we go. Okay, so just pop him all of the masks just in those areas, and again just following the outline very roughly. Okay, and just complete that, fill that gap, and we're done. Okay, so I'm going to hit F on the keyboard, and what I'm going to do now is turn the texture off like so. Okay, and we can go in and just double check we've masked all the areas we need to. Okay, so a little bit of pixel coming through there, so again just control. You may want to leave some of it, you know, just for a bit of random sort of brickwork, sort of lumps and bumps, but just for this exercise we'll just clean that up like so. Alright, so that's done, that's all good. And what we want to do now is go to masking, inverse the mask like so, and what we want to do now is create an alpha, and hopefully that should work. If we jump over to our alpha palette, and we should have one made now, as you can see there, of the main building, which is fine, which is what we need for now. So that's really good, so we'll select that anyway. Okay, okay, and let's just zoom in. Actually, let's clear the mask for now, okay, because we've got it saved out. There it is, that's all good. So now what we want to do is go down to the colour again, or the texture map, I beg your pardon, put texture on like so. Okay, Alright, now what we want to do is we're going to go back up to masking, and we're going to go mask by intensity, and this is going to put a mask over all the pixels on the actual color map and enable us to actually use the pattern of the texture as a sort of a deformer, if you like. So that's going to help push detail out on the actual model itself. And so once you've done that, once you've applied mask by intensity, you can turn off the texture and you should see what the mask has done in these areas. So you can see your brickwork coming through there. Okay, so what we want to do now is if we scroll down and we go to deformation and we go to the inflate command down here, and all I'm going to do is type in 2 and enter, and there you go. So you can see how powerful that is. Okay, so it's already created the deformation on the surface of our model. Okay, so if I go back to masking, so we're all good there. So if we clear the mask, you can see there, and just for good measure, just for a moment, we're going to pop back on our texture, so you can see now, we've got lumps and bumps going on with the texture. But what we want to do as well is going to add a little bit more depth to the actual mask here. Whoops, let's pull that back down. So we can get a little bit of depth on that concrete. So the idea is to go mask by alpha. Okay, so we've got that now, and what we can do is then do the same thing and repeat that process. And what's happening is the mask that we created, which is what we've used here, mask by alpha, is the alpha we've actually done of the building here. So what it's doing is now masking out all the areas we don't want, but we'll be able to deform the inner bits. So what we want to do now in the inflate is add a minus value. So if we do -2, it goes in. So there you go. So it makes it all nice and funky and gives us a little bit of depth on that part of the texture. So it's probably a little bit too much actually looking at that. So I'm just going to undo that. If you go inflate once again, whoops, just a bit too much there. We don't want -92, so just select inflate and -1. And that should give us enough sort of depth around those edges now. And then you can go to the masking area or the masking palette, clear the mask, and that's what you have. So you're left now with that actual deformation in the brickwork. Now it's still a little bit too smooth around those edges, so what we're going to do is we're going to go and get ourselves a brush. Okay, and I think what we'll use is the Alpha 8. Okay, and we're going to go and grab the freehand brush, and we're going to use Z sub. Okay, and let's just have a quick test of that. Just make sure. Yep, there we go. So we're just going to go in and make the edges of these chipped areas a little bit rougher, because at the moment they're a little bit too smooth. And let's just scale that up just a little bit more. There we go. So that's much better now already. And we'll just rotate that around like so. There we go. Obviously you can take your time, and you can add extra damage and stuff like so. It's all these cracks and everything. Alright. Very, very simple, but really, really, really effective. Really great piece of software. I do love ZBrush. Brilliant. It's an absolute lifesaver with stuff. Let's just zoom out, zoom back in. I know a lot of people prefer Mudbox to ZBrush, but you know, they both have their ups and downs, but as I say, I do just prefer the ZBrush sort of way. I do feel it has a better set of tools for sculpting and stuff like that. If you want an opinion of Mudbox, I think Mudbox does better texture maps for colour. I just think it just can do it much better on the output and stuff like that, whereas I think ZBrush doesn't. I don't think it can. I don't think it's quite up to scratch yet. But saying that, I use it all the time because I've been using it for so long and stuff like that, and you almost feel sort of married to it. But at the same time, you know, I wouldn't change it. You know, hopefully they will sort the mapping out for that, and it will just be even better than everything else that's out there. So fingers crossed for that in the future. Looking forward to 64-bit as well, which it does need. So there we go. Whoops, let's just come back to that. A little bit jumpy on the Wacom pen, so just damage these edges just around here. There we go. That's all good. Okay. Now we'll just damage up just some little bits here as well. That's looking great. Just scroll that along. Let's just scale that brush up a bit. And there we go. So pretty good. Now let's just increase the intensity just up there a little bit. There we go. So all of this is going to be for the normal map. Okay. You don't have to use it because if you're doing the real flow part of this, you may want to keep things as simple as possible until your final renders. And even then, you may want to sort of cut down in size from a 4096 size texture to maybe something a bit smaller, like a 1024. It just depends how close you're going, really, I guess. Okay, so that's done. So we're all good to go. What I will do is complete the rest of the lighthouse for this part of the exercise, but you know, as you can see, you know, it's quite time consuming creating one part of the texture and then bringing it into ZBrush. So, but hopefully there's enough information here for you to get on with that and create some really cool stuff with it. So let's now get ourselves a normal map out of this guy. So I'm just going to hit F, scale him back in. And the way to get a normal map out, what you need to do first is drop the resolution of the model. So back down to level 3. And once that's done, we should be okay. Yeah, so at level subdivision level 3. And then you want to go all the way back to UV map. Choose a size, 512, 1024, 2048 or 4096. I'm just going to do 4096. So that's all good. And then we want to go down to normal map just here. So that's all good. Tangent space, that's fine. Smooth UVs, and then create normal map. And it should start calculating that now. There we go. Just up the top here, just follow the bar all the way along. All good. And we should have our normal map. And there it is. It should be in there. You should be able to see the detail popping out there. Okay, so what you do, you hit the clone normal map button, and that will put that up into the texture palette just up here, and there we go. And then what we want to do is flip the UV, or flip in V rather, so that's the right way round for when it goes back into Maya. Okay, and then what we want to do is export that out. So we're going to call it main building underscore NM for normal map, and we'll save it as a TIFF because we don't have a JPEG option, so that's fine by me. Okay, and then we'll just hit save, and that should be good to go. And we're all good. So it's all done. So that will conclude this part of the tutorial. In the next part we'll just keep on going with the rest of the model. Want to do a little bit of sculpting and stuff on the rest of the island, especially on the steps and stuff that go down to towards the sea sort of area, and we'll carry on with that in the next chapter. So I shall see you then. Cheers for now. Okay, welcome back. In the last section we had a look at the main tower, and we added some colour texture in and a little bit of normal map deformation and stuff, and we did actually extract the normal map out for the detail bump map to use in Maya later on. For this section what we've been looking at is this very light coloured base here. The reason why it's light is because we've got the actual layer selected for that in the subtool. So let me just show you. If I select one of the other objects, you'll see that they'll go lighter because they're the layer that's selected. So, excuse me. As you can see, we've got this small scene sort of set up. I'm really not going to do anything with the rest of it. They're just there for reference purposes, so I don't go over the top with my sculpting and stuff like that and start destroying stuff that we actually need. So these are in place to keep me from straying off the path, so to speak. So all good there. As you may notice, this lower part of the building is in the scene as well. Just as a heads up, we're not going to be doing any texturing or sort of deformation work or ZBrush work, so to speak, in any of this tutorial, purely for the fact that the method that I'm going to use is going to be the same as the one on the Lighthouse tower itself. So there's really no point in just creating another chapter just to go over the same thing, because the method is going to be exactly the same. Also the same will go for the small sort of balcony thing that sticks out the top here as well. If you revert back to your Maya scene, you'll see that there. Excuse me. So let's have a look. So let's go down to here. Oh, before we do go any further, some of you who aren't that familiar with ZBrush are probably wondering how you get all these objects into a scene like this all in one go. So let's start from scratch. If we go initialize ZBrush and just clear everything, there we go, all new. So yep, all good. So if I just do Control N, there we go, to get rid of that. Okay, so what we want to do is go to import, and we want our main building, which is the tower. So these are the OBJs of the parts and pieces that we need at the moment. So I'm just going to drag my cursor across the canvas and hit T to go into edit mode, okay, like so. And I'm just going to add the basic shader there for it. Nothing too taxing there so far. Okay, so if we jump down into the subtool palette, you can see now that the main building object, or OBJ, is actually on its own subtool layer, so which is really cool. Now in order to get the other stuff in, what you have to do, if you hit append in the subtool palette like so, you should get up the quick pick menu here. Just simply press the Polymesh 3D, there you go, like that, and that will make a new subtool layer. So just simply highlight that subtool layer, go to import, and we want the main building lower, and that will replace that like so. And again, just repeat, so append, go to the quick pick and choose the layer, import, and we want the concrete base this time, so we'll open that up, which is the one that we're actually going to be working on for this part of the tutorial. So that one's done, and last but not least, we want our little dude. So let's do another append, select that layer, go to import, and the dude.obj, open that up, and there he is, all bold as brass, standing at the top of the steps. So all good to go. So let's crack on. So really for this chapter, we're going to be looking at sort of reverse engineering what we did in the last chapter, which was we created our texture map, we brought it into ZBrush, and we did some various masking techniques to create a bump map from that actual texture. So what we're going to do, we're going to, as I say, reverse engineer it for this particular chapter. So we're going to create all our deformations first, and then afterwards we're going to add the texture in Photoshop. We're going to use the normal map as a sort of a kind of a guide, if you like, for when we jump over to Photoshop. and then we can go in and just sort of paint everything up. We can do it, of course, the other way, where we can just colour everything in grey using all the ZBrush's paint tools and stuff like that. It's entirely up to you how you do it, but what we're going to do is we're going to jump over into Photoshop in the next chapter and finish the concrete base with a nice new texture over the top of it, over the top of the deformation that we're about to do and the sculpting that we're about to do. So let's jump in and crack on with that. Less of my rattling on. So if we just scroll down, let's close this tab off. So make sure you've got your concrete base selected, and we can just close up the subtool palette. Okay, so then we're going to open up the geometry one. Okay, and we're going to turn off smooth, and we're going to divide once, like so. Turn smooth on again and divide. Okay, so we're going to keep going for a fair bit, because if we just go all the way back to subdivision 1, if we just draw our polyframe, you can see how light this mesh is. It's very, very light. There's hardly any resolution there at all. So if I just pop up to subdivision level 2, you can start to see that each of these big polys has now been divided into 4. So we're going to crack on like that. So I'm just going to turn local and polymesh off. So we're going to go all the way back up to subdivision level 6, and we're going to divide one more time, I think. Okay, let's see where we're at. So that's at 843,000 polys. In fact, we can go again. So subdivision level 8, so that's at 3 million. And just for good measure, let's see if we can go one step further. And there we go, 13 million polys just in that base. So there's a hell of a lot there, and we can do quite a lot of detailing with that. So what we're going to do, go all the way back to subdivision level 1, like so. In fact, we'll go up to 2 just to divide that up, and we're just going to zoom in, and I'm just going to grab the move brush. Okay, and in fact, let's just drop that down to 1. Just let it calculate that. There we go, a little bit slow there. Okay, so just going to pull this mesh around just a little bit, just to open those gaps up for us. Again, nothing too stressful, and we'll do that one there as well. Okay, so now we're all ready to go there. So let's groove back on up to subdivision level 9, and we'll just wait for that to pop. There we go, and we're all good to go. So the first thing that I'd like to do is show you the one of the trim tools, which is actually the trim dynamic, I think is the one that we want to use, and we want to be using that on the Z sub attribute, if you like. I want to use that on that, because what we're going to do, we're going to start chiseling away at some of these rock pieces, these concrete, just make little chips and changes to it, as if it's been eroded and stuff by the sea crashing against it. So let's just jump in there. The Z intensity is quite high there, so let's just drop that down to 8 for now. I'm just taking the size of the brush down. So as you can see there, already, you know, flattening off areas. You know, very, very cool little tool this. You know, you can create all sorts of effects with this. Let's just change back to the basic material there, just so we can see a little bit better. And I'll just adjust that as well. Let's go to the modifier, and whoops, and we'll just have a look at that. And we'll drop the ambient down. The ambient's quite high on these materials. Don't really need much. And we'll drop the specular as well. Okay, that's good. So with a bit of luck, we can see that better now. So that's cool, and let's increase the intensity actually. So as you can see, you know, we can chisel away at this quite quickly, even though I'm doing this for the tutorial itself. In fact, let's go back to the basic material. You can probably see that a bit better. So although I'm doing this at a fairly rapid pace for the tutorial, you can actually see that it does actually, you know, chisel away quite well, as I was saying. and we can, you know, really get rid of bits and pieces on here, and you know, begin to take out the sort of perfect look that you get with CG modeling. You know, you can really make stuff look quite clean and clinical. So this is a really ideal sort of way of getting rid of that. Okay, so you can see there, just sort of chiseling away. And let's just adjust that specular. Specular's way too high, I think, some of these materials. Okay. There we go. And then what we can do is start to chisel away some of this stuff as well. And we'll just pop some sort of detail in there. Let's just increase the intensity just a little bit. There we go. Okay. So we'll just go around the top here. Whoops. Bit of a bug there. And Control N, we'll just redraw that. Okay. So I do happen to have a slight bug, and I do know of other people that actually get that, where ZBrush decides to draw other stuff every so often. I think it's just a bug in this version. I've actually had it happen a couple of times before as well in this version, which is a bit of a pain, but hopefully someone's notified the company Pixel Logic about it, and I have seen the problem posted on our SimplyMaya site by other members as well. So don't worry, guys and gals, you're not the only ones that suffer that. As you can see, I'm just sculpting away here. I'm not even touching any keyboard stuff unless I really need to. So, and you just witnessed one of those bugs, I'm afraid. But luckily, it's quickly rectifiable if you know what you're doing, and you can get back to your work pretty swift. So not too bad at all. So let's just bring that round, just have a look. Okay, so it's all looking pretty good. Okay, so let's get some of these big sort of chunks taken out of here. I don't want to go over the top with this kind of detailing, because sometimes it can make or break it on the model and stuff. So just trying to keep, I don't want too sharper edges, but I don't want too don't want round edges and stuff. So just going to take some chunks out as well, like that, and we'll just drag some down. There we go. So you get the idea, and then we can just sort of drag that area just a little bit there as well. Just getting back to that little buggy bit that happened just a minute or so ago. I found it happens a lot if you sculpt very quickly in one area. So just something to be aware of if you're using this software. So let's just round all this out. Obviously it's not going to happen to everybody, it just depends on, I guess, your system spec as well, but it does happen to me. So let's increase that. Okay. And what we will do as well is actually output this mesh again at a higher resolution, because this detail here, it won't stand up otherwise. So I mean, if we go back to the base level, there's very few polys on this part of the model. So we'll probably re-export maybe level 1 or 2, sorry, 2 or 3. I beg your pardon, just to give it a bit more depth and oomph when we take it back into Maya or whatever chosen software that you're using to do your 3D rendering with. So let's just chisel away here. Okay. So just add in some sort of light sort of erosion here, just on these parts. You can have an absolute field day if you want, but as I said, I'm doing this with the tutorial in mind, just to do things pretty quick and get stuff sort of laid out, just so you can see the sort of thing that you can achieve. So there we go, just chisel in there. Now we'll do another one just on there, and again take the detail right to the bottom. Although this is going to be buried in sort of a few £1,000 worth of rock, if you like, just try and make it look convincing and stuff like that. So we'll just add some depth to this area here, just round by the steps. Take that brush size down. There we go. Up here as well. This ramp's a little bit precarious, but hopefully our little dude standing at the top there won't fall off. So okay, so we'll just flatten that out a little bit more. I just want to add a few more dinks to this, and we'll just go around just with a bigger brush, just to take that clinical look away, just to damage it up a bit more. And then what we'll do afterwards is we'll go around with a light sort of surface noise as well. Okay, we won't use the actual noise maker, because although it's really good, I just feel that sometimes it doesn't do what I want to do, if you like. It doesn't suit everything that you want to do. So I find sometimes we're just doing surface noise with a brush and the spray strokes, with a small alpha and the spray strokes. I can get what I want in a similar sort of way. Obviously the good thing with the noise maker, it does that sort of random fractal type chips and stuff, which is really very cool. But again, not for everybody, and not for me for this particular part of the tutorial. Okay, so let's just rough this up a bit more. I'll just add some random sort of cuts and stuff. You can just about see there going into the geometry there, the random. There we go, let's press that in there. You can just about see that as it goes off into the shadow. So I think that's pretty good. And we could just add a little bit more. I'll just dent that in, coming round into this corner. There we go. Okay, so we're almost there with that. So that's looking pretty good. Okay. Okay, there we go. And we'll just do a few more little dinks and stuff just around here. Like so. So that's all nicely worn away. And there we go. So what we can do now is, if we come out of the trim brush and back to our good old standard sculpting brush, and I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit, and let's choose small alpha. So we've got 40. Let's have a look at 40. Okay, let's make that 40, and let's take that Z add off. Just undo what we've just done. Whoops, we don't want that. Okay, and we're just going to add. Actually, that won't work on that one. That's not what we want. Just undo that. Okay. In fact, what I do want to do is add some sort of surface noise to the broken kind of stone sort of look in here. So if we just jump in here and just do this kind of effect. Okay, so where the stones and chips have just sort of fallen away, the intensity there is quite high, so let's just drop that off. In fact, let's bring it back up because we want it quite rough. Like so. And just add to these guys in here as well. Let's just have a look at the just use the drag rectangle as well, just to randomize those edges of those a little bit. And again, play with the intensity as well, just in case this is, this might be too much for you guys. So just get rid of those clean edges there. Now I'll just do one or two of these here, just to rough it up. There we go. And if we go back to our spray stroke, and then we can sort of add to there as well. Now I'm just going to rough up a bit more of these edges. And again, that bug again. So again, just redraw, zooming back in. And just carry on where we were. Okay. Let's just jump in here and drop the intensity as well. So just do big bits, little bits, just to make it look that a little bit more convincing, like so. And just drop the brush size, increase the intensity. We'll just change the stroke. Let's just see if we can. In fact, I just think it was better with the spray, so I'll just spray over that. Add in these areas as well. We'll just spin that around. Like so. And there we go. So we'll call it a day with this part of it, I think, because I could go on forever, and I want to cover just two more things with you on this. Okay, so let's just chip that away a little bit more, just for good measure, and just in here as well, like so, and there we go. Okay, so let's zoom out for a minute, just have a look at what we've got. So it's all looking pretty cool. Okay, so what we want to do now is just add a light surface noise. So I'm just going to change the alpha to 07 to, in fact, let's do 23. Probably be a little bit better for you to show you. So we're going to just do that. We're going to drop the intensity right down to about 5. And then all I want to do is just go around and do this sort of light, sort of concrete, just sort of stippling sort of effect just over the top, just to rough it all out. Again, we'll use, we'll be using textures and stuff over in Photoshop, but I want to just try and add a more random sort of feel as well, being done this way. So we'll if we just go around, I'm not going to cover every single area, but it's just to give more of an idea. It just sort of hints at there's something going on the surface. But what we will do is definitely cover around the bottom parts here more so. Okay, like this, which is kind of cool. And again, you know, if you want to use Noise Maker, go for it. You know, just give yourself loads of, you know, there's loads of options. So just go ahead and have fun with it. You know, I think that's one of the things with 3D. A lot of people can get a little bit disorientated with it all because there's so much choice. You know, and you know, what do I use and everything else. What's going to be best for me? Well, you know, you have to experiment and try stuff out. I mean, what I'm doing here now may not work for you. You might have a better technique than me or whatever, but I'm doing what I like doing, and you know, this works best for me this way. And I find that usually, you know, the simple stuff is usually the better stuff. You know, it's just like, wow, you know, how did you do that? And you go, I did it with this brush, and that was it. And you go, oh, okay. So, you know, always try and look for the simple solution. People do get, you know, disorientated by a lot of stuff, but also people become disillusioned with the fact that, you know, just because it can do this doesn't mean it's better than the other part or whatever. So, you know, see what works best for you. It's like people using, you know, HDRI lighting. You know, they think it's the big fix for all lighting, but you know, not necessarily. You know, you can do a bad HDRI lighting setup, or you can do a fantastic one. It's yeah, it's just down to how you do it. Okay, so that's pretty good. So I'm going to leave the randomizing of the concrete there. What I think we need to do is add some bits and pieces just to the top bits here and stuff, and just add some sort of little creases and cracks, and then we're pretty much done. One thing that I've come across in the past with stuff is with using, if we can get to the brush palette, using things like the trim dynamic brush can have a sort of an extreme sort of result on some of the techniques that you might use. So for example, if I was to use the freehand and let's say alpha 58, which is what I want to use anyway for this exercise, if you've got the trim dynamic tool selected, it doesn't work very well. So, you know, test out your brushes first. I mean, I'm going to use the standard brush here because I know it will work with the technique that I want to use now, which is this, you know, drawing these lines down here on top of the concrete and stuff. So, and I know that works really well, but the minute you introduce a different style of brush, you're going to get a dramatic change in the way it does things. So it's just something to be aware of, because the trim dynamic flattens stuff out. You may get some strange looking results. So always check your brushes. You know, make sure you're on the right brush before you start tearing your hair out, stuff like that. It's, you know, save yourself some time and frustration above all. So let's just do that. Let's increase this intensity. It's a bit boring, that, on 5. So I'm just going to add excuse me, that sort of concrete, sort of stripy look to this part of the or the slope, or the sort of step area. And then what we'll do, we'll increase that all the way around. You know, let's go all the way around here like this. So it gives you like a concrete footpath. Sometimes you get this sort of concrete look over here in the UK. So I don't know how some of you sort of have concrete footpaths and things like that. Our garden path has certainly got this kind of look to it. And it's done in this direction, obviously, for grip, so you don't slide over. Otherwise, if the grooves went the other way, you'd be in big trouble. So I'm using this kind of effect on here. Also, it's very simple to do. You know, it's not gonna do you in or anything. It's not gonna hurt. So it's just very, very easy. But it's entirely up to you what sort of techniques and stuff that you're going to use on your Lighthouse. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go around this entire thing with this, and then we're pretty much done. Okay. So just going around, just, you know, taking it easy with this, just dragging those strokes. You know, add some random ones in if you feel you need to as well, just to break that up. There we go. So okay, like so. And I know this is probably a little bit tedious, but it's just going to save us having to worry about it later on. And we're almost there anyway, so and just to sort of add in little extra random pieces there, just to come round on the side. We'll see how far we've got to go. So we're almost there. Yeah, we're pretty good there. There we go. So there we go. Let's bring this round. Okay, so there we go. Let's just bring all that back up. So that's the other effect that we've got there. And of course you can go back in and, you know, just add odds and sods to it. Let's have a look at the Z add for this one. This one does sort of like little lumpy bits and stuff. If we can get it to work, just increase that. So, you know, you can go around and add these types of things as well. These look like those little sort of scallop type things that cling to rocks and stuff. I've always found this brush quite fascinating actually. That's pretty good. So, you know, we can add these and stuff as well, just to add that detail. I won't do too many, but I think you get my point as well. It's also good for just roughing up stones and brick areas and stuff as well, so it's a pretty good little brush that. There we go. And can we add any to the path? So we'll add a few sort of lumps and bumps to the path as well. Okay, let's just choose a different one. Some sort of, that's too much. Let's take that right down. So we can add these sort of random sort of stones or whatever, you know. It's entirely up to you. So I'm just going to add these around this area and just randomize some of this stuff as well. There we go. bring some around here. So the more you add, you know, again it will make or break it, but you know, just keep an eye on stuff, just see how it's looking, you know. There we go, so that's pretty good. And we'll just add a few more bits just around here. And we're almost done. And again, I've not used any custom brushes. These are all completely from ZBrush itself, so you know, it just shows you the type of effects that you can achieve just with the built-in stuff. So it's all very, very good. And there we go. Okay, so I think we'll call that a day on this, because I could go on and on forever with this stuff. So let's just hit F, have a look at what we've got. So it's all looking pretty good. Let's just enlarge that a little bit more. Just do some detail down here. And there you go. So there you go. So that's all done. What we can do now is, if we just scroll down to, if I can find it, there's the layers palette, we'll just clear that out. We don't want that. Subtools. So let's just turn off our tower and stuff and have a look at this, see what we've got. So there's our base for our lighthouse there. So that's all good to go. What we want to do now is create a normal map. So first thing we want to do is go to geometry, drop down the resolution. As long as it's not on the highest, you should be able to export out a fairly good normal map. And so let's go to UV map. We want a 4096, okay, of this. Now we're just going to scroll down, go to normal map, make sure it's on tangent space. Smooth UV is great, and create normal map. So just let that sort itself out up here. As you can see, subdividing UV, and then hopefully it should start to generate that any second now. Just wait for the blue bar to come across the top of the screen, and here we go. And doesn't take any time at all, really. And that's done, and there's our normal map sitting in there. So we're all good. So we want to clone that. Okay, go out to the texture palette, flip it in V. Okay, have a look at it. Let's have a quick look. So that's all we've really taken up on that area of the UV, because obviously we've got other bits and pieces on there that will be in Maya. So we just want to export this. Okay, so I want to go JPEG, I think. Let's go to Lighthouse, we'll go to Textures, and we'll go Concrete Base _ NM. So that's all good to go. So just save that out. There we go. Let's just have a quick scroll. So there's all the damage we did on the actual sculpt. So that's all looking pretty good. Okay, that's all come out really nicely as well on there. So we should have a fairly good map. Okay, great stuff. Okay, so just hit OK. That's all done. So that will conclude this particular episode, and the next one we'll have a look at putting some colour and stuff on in Photoshop, and we'll go from there. So I shall see you in the next chapter. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to part 17. In the last chapter we recreated a lot of detail work for the concrete base for the lighthouse, and we produced a normal map at the end of it. And here is the normal map in question, just here, and the detail that we actually did. Just go down to here, we can have a look and we can see it on here, so you can see all the detail available to us there. And what we're going to do, we're going to use this and the UV map as a sort of template to add a colour texture. So what we're going to be doing is adding a very simple sort of concrete colour texture, and we're going to be going over some of the sort of masking and cloning tools to get rid of seams and stuff like that. And then we're going to drop the texture into ZBrush and just make sure everything's okay, and get rid of any seams if necessary, and we should be done for that part. So let's crack on. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select the UV tile here, and I'm going to click on its layer with the shift key selected. I beg your pardon. I'm just going to drag and drop that into the document, and then close that off. And then we're going to name this UV. Okay, like so. And then, as you can see, I've already prepared a concrete texture from one of the many concrete textures that I have in my texture library, and I thought this one would be sort of kind of ideal to drop in to our document here and start creating some form of dirty sort of concrete texture for the base. So we're going to do that right away. So first of all, what I want to do is go to the blend modes here in the layer palette and make sure that our UV is on screen so we can see through it and we can see our detail on our normal map and stuff like that. So then what we're going to do is shift select and drag and drop that into the same file and drag that layer underneath that one there, and we're going to call this texture, like so. Okay, so that's all good, so we're good to go now. So I'm just going to close it off because we don't need it anymore. I'm going to hit F to maximize the workspace for us in Photoshop, and we're going to sort of crack on and start editing this together. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to position this sort of around here, sort of this sort of area, okay, like so. And let's just zoom in and have a look. I want to try and keep it as clean as I can, but we're still going to keep some of these sort of stains and stuff. But I think this sort of area of the texture is a little bit sort of harsh for what we need, so we're going to keep it as simple as possible, especially for this part of the tutorial. So without further ado, what we're going to do is going to grab that texture and duplicate that. So I'm just going to grab that like so, okay, and we're going to move that along. Just get the V key, and we're just going to move that along to about there. And at the same time, I'm sort of keeping an eye out on the sort of seams and joins between the sort of two sets of textures that we've got going on there. So I'm just going to bring that right up to there, because what we're going to do, we're going to layer mask this out, and so it's easier for editing later on if we decide to change some bits and pieces. So again, grab that texture, and it's not doing that. Why is it not? There we go. So we've grabbed that, and we're going to move that one along once again as well. And I think what we'll do this time, if we go to the edit, and then we'll just transform this and flip it horizontally as well. As you can see, we've got sort of almost a mirror image of that. So what I'm going to do is just move that there, get the free transform, just rotate that ever so slightly. Okay, enter that, but move it along a little bit more. I'm going to grab our texture, there we go, and we're just going to finalise that towards the very end, just up there. So I'm just going to move that. Actually, let's flip it again. Let's go edit, free transform, actually transform, and flip that excuse me, horizontally, like so. Okay, so and we're good to go. So I'm just going to Control T, it's just going to sort of rotate that around just a little bit, and we're all good, we're golden. Okay, so that's good. So first of all, what we want to do is go all the way back to this area here, and we're going to turn off our UV sort of layout now. And what we're going to do as well, I'm going to grab the move tool, and with the control key selected as well, I'm going to click on each of these textures so I can see which one's which in the layer palette, as you can see here. Okay, and the one we want to get to and mask off a little bit is this second one here. So let's just double check we've got that. We have. So we're going to create a layer mask, which is the icon down here, the little white circle with the grey square for its background. And we're going to go and choose a reasonable brush, something a little bit softer, I think. Okay, that should do it, 100. And we're going to reduce the opacity down to 40%. I'm just hitting 4 on my keyboard, or you can just do that manually up here with the slider. So again, 40%, and we're good to go. Also, what you want to do is make sure your foreground colour is set to black. So this means we're going to make everything see-through and opaque. Okay, and if we hit white, it will restore that as it was. So we're going to hit X, and I think what we do need to do is just increase the opacity to 50%, and we can start masking out this stuff like so. So it's pretty straightforward. I'm just going to increase that opacity a little bit more, so as you can see the texture is rubbing away, and so I'm just going to take it to see how far we've got to go for that. So okay, what we can do, we can paint that back in, and the flow is a little bit low, so we'll just take that all the way back up. There we go. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that 40% of that back, and then just slowly get rid of some of this as well. And let's have a look. So it's not too bad. Okay, so you can see the line there just slowly disappearing, and we'll keep this sort of random yuck on the concrete work on this particular piece. And we'll just carry on. Okay, let's have a look here, and what we want to do again, we'll just select the move tool, grab our texture up here. Again, create another layer mask, and we'll get rid of this on this one this time. And the mask is, the brush is probably just a little bit too big, so we'll have to put some bits and pieces back, like so. Okay, and we'll get rid of that as well. Okay, so you can see all that going on there, and also let's get rid of this nastiness all the way down here. Okay, so we'll get rid of this as well. Just up there, okay, like so. And that's pretty good. So you can see a little bit of similarity sort of going on there, but what we can do, we can clone some bits and pieces in later on, and you know, copy and paste some areas over as well. So I'm not overly bothered right this second. So this now brings us on to our final sort of panel of concrete, and again going to need ourselves a layer mask, and we're going to go in and just paint out all of this area, just all the way down there, until it all blends in nicely. Now the reason for using the layer masks, I think you have a better control when you're doing stuff like this anyway, so you can adjust and go backwards and forwards. You can use the clone tool if you wanted as well, but what I would advise with that is to be very careful, because it can tend to sort of splodge and blur if you sort of overdo it too much in single areas. So it's just a little piece of advice there for you to just take some notice of. The clone tool is not the be all and end all to get your images made. Do make full use of layer masks, especially. They are your friend. So okay, so let's have a look at our tile, our UV tile map. So it's all pretty good all around there. So what I think we can do is merge these layers down, okay, like so. And I think what we can do now as well is start to do a little bit of copy and paste type work, and I'm going to pick this area just here, okay, and Control C and V for copy and paste, and I'm just going to move this along to this part of our texture so we can get rid of this sort of bare area just down here, and Control T just to sort of bend it around just a little bit more. There we go, so it's not too bad, and we'll throw a layer mask onto that as well, and we'll paint that out just to get it to blend into the other part of our image. Okay, so let's just double check where we are. There we go, so it's blending in quite well, so let's get rid of that for now. So again, we've got sort of a repeating part going on there as well, so I'm just going to merge this down. So what we're going to do now is look at the clone tool. So to do any cloning, you want to press down the Alt key, double click the area that you want to sample, and then just go in and carefully keep sampling as well. Or what you can do is just grab a big area and carefully clone that into the part of the image that you want to go. Now you can see there that there is some form of blurring. This also can be down to the fact of having a low opacity for the pressure of it, so you can always increase that, okay, like so. So that's to 80%, so if I double click that now, you can see that it is a lot better as I clone that area in and clone that area out. So there we go. So we're just going to get rid of these sort of repeating artifacts as well, okay, just to sort of neutralize the whole texture that we've got going on here. Okay, there we go, and get rid of that as well. And we've got one of these as well here, and just a little bit there and there. Okay, so that's not repeating too much. We've got a little bit up here. In fact, let's have a look where we are. Yeah, we can get rid of that. We don't really need that because that's just going to clash on the seam part of our texture, right in a sort of important piece of it as well. So if we have a look again, now that's gone. We've gotten rid of that out of there. So I'm just going to clone in just some extra detail just around here, like so. There we go. We'll keep that in. I think that works. In fact, let's just get rid of that piece there. Okay, like so. And let's just move along, have another look. So we've got a repeating sort of area there. So sample and clone that out. And that's pretty good. So okay, we're good to go there. I think that's sort of good enough for now. Just to give you an idea of how to achieve, this is really cheap and nasty kind of texture, but it's very effective in terms of its look and the look that I'm looking for the base of the lighthouse. So that's looking pretty good. I mean, you can spend all the time in the world that you have available to you as well to add sort of mould and sort of algae and stuff like that, weed that's sort of grown and stained onto the rock. And also the other thing as well, of course, is that you can reduce the opacity on this and see where all the stains and stuff like that are. So and the lumps and bumps that we've added for detail and stuff like that on this normal map that we've done, so you can add all that colour and everything to the actual texture map as well. So moving on, what we're going to do now is I'm just going to run a very quick clean using the mask just around these edges here, and let's what are we on? There we go, that's what we want. So let's just grab that. Whoops. Okay, so if we just grab all this, and just tidy the edges up, because the other thing as well, you may have other textures that you may want to do, and so it's good to give everything a little bit of room as you go. Okay, and we'll just get rid of all of this along here, we don't need it. Okay. Go. So just tidying that up again with a layer mask, so I can bring it back if I want. Okay, there we go, and we'll just run out the top of this as well, and we're good to go. So there we go. So what we want to do now is move on to this area here, and what I'm going to do as well actually is just take a little bit of that out just there as well, and I'll give you the reason for that very shortly. So what we want to do now is go back to the color layer and grab a sort of a neutral area, I would say about here. Okay, and I'm going to copy and paste that like so, and then I'm going to move that up into this circular sort of area of our base, and we're going to rotate that around. So I'm going to keep this sort of plain area for the sort of walkway. The rest of this is going to get covered up by the center of the lighthouse. So you know, you probably save yourself a little bit of time, not be overly fussy with stuff that's going to get hidden. Okay, so let's grab that, and again, just going to rotate everything, get it to sort of fit as we want it, and then I'm going to merge that down, that layer, and then use both of those pieces in the one layer, so we got a bigger piece this time round, as you can see, like so. And just going to rotate that, bring that round, there we go. Okay, and then we can merge that down, create another layer, and rotate like so. As you can see, we've got some artifacts going on there. We can get rid of those, that's not a problem at all. So I'm going to leave this, no we won't, we're going to just grab one more, I think, and we'll spin that round, and there we go. Okay, so then what we want to do is merge that down, and move in and grab our clone tool, and we can start to clone out some of these bad areas that we don't really need. Okay, so let's just zoom out just a little bit. Okay, so let's do that. In fact, that's probably too hard, that brush. Okay, like so. And then what we can do here is slowly just bring some of this down into here. Okay, and we'll just clone that into there like so, and we'll just grab that chunk just in there just to finish that middle bit off. Not too concerned about the pattern there because the lighthouse is going to cover all of this, so that's all good, that's fine. Okay, like so, and then we'll merge that down, okay, like so, so it's now all merged with the rest of this, and we'll get rid of that. In fact, no, we won't. We'll turn it back on, and we'll do a little bit of sampling along here and bring all of this concrete and muck back up, and like so. Okay, so that's gonna really conclude some very easy texturing for that area. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to turn off the UV tile, and we're going to go save as. Okay, go into textures. We're going to call this concrete base color. Okay, that's the PSD version, so that's all editable if need be. Okay, and then I'm just going to hit F just to take us back to our document. Okay, like so. And then we're going to do File, Save As, and this time around we're going to do a JPEG. Okay, so concrete base color, and let's do that. Okay, let's leave it as a JPEG. Okay. Now what we need to do now is open that back up, just to make life a little bit easier for ourselves, is go to Edit, Image actually, beg your pardon, and flip canvas horizontal. Now the reason for this is that ZBrush reads its y-axis, or U and V axis, I beg your pardon, not the y-axis, reads its UVs a little bit different to Maya, so we have to do it this way around. It's just basically flip it upside down. So then we'll do just save for that, and we'll close that off, and let's jump over into ZBrush. There we go. So here's our model from previous. Okay, and what we need to do is now go into the texture palette at the top here and go to import, and we need to find our last map that we just created. There it is. So we'll open that up. So that's now in with the textures. As you can see, it's already flipped. We could have flipped it in here using the flip V option, but I decided not to. So we go down to texture map, not UV. Okay, click on the square, select your texture, and it should just go straight on to the model itself. And as you can see, we've got a little bit of sort of normal map color from the underlying normal map that we had in Photoshop. So what we can do, we can paint that out. So what I propose to do is, if we go all the way back up to poly paint, okay, and do poly paint from texture. So mRGB draw mode is off, so what we need to do is get rid of Z add, okay, like so, and stick RGB on, because that's all we're going to be using is the color. So with that done, we're going to go poly paint from texture, and you'll notice down here that the texture will turn off. Okay, it's now turned off, so we're in paint mode, and what we need to do is go to projection master, drop now, just make sure it's in colors, drop now. Okay, that's ready to go, it should be, there we are. And then what we need to do is go out to our tool palettes, and we're going to find the clone brush. Okay, so another clone brush in 3D this time in ZBrush, and we're going to hit the control key, double tap that, okay, just to sample an area. And the other thing we need to do is make sure we're in RGB and turn Z add off, and you can play with the intensity just as much as you can in Photoshop. So, and all we're going to do is just clone out that area just there. Okay, and we can go around and we can check for seams and stuff like that once we come out of Projection Master. There we go, so we'll pick that up. So a little bit of sort of seam or texture work there has been applied to that now, so that's all part of the polypaint file. I'm just going to check everything else is okay. Okay, so that's not too bad. We've got a little bit there, so we could go in once again. Let's just rotate that down. Projection Master, drop that to the canvas. Still in the clone brush mode, so that's all good. So I'm just going to sample that area and then just paint that back in. So that's done. Projection Master and pick up. Okay. There's loads of things you can do with this. You can go in and just repaint over it and stuff if you want to. You know, I'll leave that down to you, but I'm just trying to show you the very basic ways of sort of going from Photoshop to ZBrush and vice versa. So I think we'll call it a day with the sort of texture work there. Again, very simple texture. A lot of this is going to get hidden by the sort of island base. So what we need to do now is output this as a color map. So if we go down to texture map, we're going to go new from polypaint, which is the command there. But first of all, what we need to do is decide on a size for our actual texture. So I'm going to choose 4096 and I'm going to go new from polypaint, and it will create us a brand new texture. And there it is. Okay, so then just clone the texture like so. Go back up to our texture palette. There's our texture. So this time we can flip it because we're going back to Maya afterwards. Export that out. Okay, so concrete base, color, and let's choose a TIFF file this time round. Okay, concrete base color, and we'll call it 2 actually as well. And we'll save that out. And there we go. So that concludes this particular episode. In the next one, we're going to carry on with a bit more texturing. We're going to look at the window frames on the lighthouse, the door probably, and the crates and the barrels. So I shall see you in the next chapter. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. Moving on from the last section, what we did is we created the color map for this, and we did it in Photoshop using the normal map that we created before in ZBrush. So if we just go to the renderer menu here and hit high quality rendering, we should be able to see the attached normal map to the bump channel in the shader as well. So there you can see what we've done there as well. So what we'll do as well before we render it out, we'll put in a bit more of a high resolution mesh as well, because this is still sort of our base mesh that we used to model and export over to ZBrush. So what we'll do, we'll get a level 1 or 2 out of ZBrush, and we'll apply that to this part of the model as well. We've already got a proxy of this anyway, which you'll use probably in the real flow section of this tutorial. So anyway, moving on, so what we're going to do is I'm just going to turn off the default rendering at the moment, and I'm just going to show all of the rest of the Lighthouse model. So here you can see I've already started applying some of the color maps and stuff, and if we just go up here, you can see, as I said, what I do is finish off a lot of the color work on the lighthouse building itself, and as you can see here, I've added the red color stripes to the building itself. And what I'm going to do is show you how to do that very shortly in Photoshop, just as a sort of a go-in, sort of just as a browse over how to do that. Very easy. And also what I've done as well, I've added the platform sort of grating for the upper level here, and I'll show you how to do that as well. And so if we just come down here, we can see the island that we did, and there's not really much going on, it's just all the color work, and it looks kind of boring. But if we go back to the high quality rendering, and if we just give that a second to kick in, we should be able to see the normal map, the high details that we created, and there it is. So this is all the high detail that we created in ZBrush for the normal map, And what we'll do at the end of this modeling, texturing part of the tutorial is we'll show you how to put on the displacement map, and just a couple of the issues that you will come up against with displacement maps within Maya, especially the 16-bit ones, which can cause a bit of an issue. So that's what we're looking at the moment, so it's all pretty good. So for this tutorial, what we're going to look at is I'm going to show you how we created the red stripes, the gantry flooring as well, and what we're going to do is also we're going to put a texture on the roof. And for the roof itself, I'm not actually going to use any tiles or anything like that, traditional roof tiles. I've done a little bit of research with some of the lighthouses out there, and if you look on Google, some of the lighthouses actually have the same material as the actual sort of wall surface on the actual lighthouse building itself. So we're going to do something similar to that. I'm going to make it red as well, so we're going to do that. And then following on from there, we're going to start off creating, let's just turn this render off for a minute, back to normal, and we're going to start creating some of the woodwork. I'm going to make one window frame only for this section, and then during between the downtime between this chapter and the next one, I'll fill in the rest of the window frames using exactly the same technique, because here at Simply we just don't see the point in repeating the process over and over, because we don't want people getting bored and stuff like that. So we're going to carry on with that now. So let's head on over to Photoshop, and there we go. So as you can see, I've got ready the file that we used to put some of the red on for the lighthouse itself, and that was created purely through an adjustment layer using a hue saturation adjustment layer. So if I turn that off and on, you can see that that is affecting those parts of the layer itself. So what I'm going to do is turn that off and show you how to do that from scratch. So let's come down here, and if we go down all the way down to the bottom here of the layer palette, you can see our adjustment layer icon, which is a circle with a black and white or a grey and white hemisphere through it. So then all you need to do is click on that and go and choose hue saturation, and there we go, and that will bring up the hue saturation little menu, and you'll also get a brand new layer, a hue saturation layer, and all you need to do is click colorize like so, and then on the top here we've got the hue slider, so that will give you any color you want. So we're going to go from a sort of a shade of red, and then all the way through greens and blues, purples, and out the other side to a sort of an orangey red again as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to choose red like we've got on already on the other layer, and saturation, that's just going to increase your contrast. So it's entirely up to you how you play that one. Subtle is always better. Yeah, just sort of make your mind up with that one, so there you go. And lightness, of course, is going to make it bright or dark, so I usually leave that in the middle like so. And if we just hit OK, and there we go. So if we just scale this up a little bit more, and actually if I hit F on the keyboard just to enlarge that to the whole screen, there we go, so we can see what we've got. Now with every adjustment layer you'll get a layer mask within the layer itself, so that's going to enable us to paint stuff out or put stuff back in that we want to put, what we want to keep. And so let me just show you that. And with also what we've got is in the color picker here in the toolbox, the foreground color is set to black, so that means anything with that foreground color is going to be transparent. So if I make a selection like so, and I hit Alt backspace, that immediately masks out any of the red hue saturation, and you can see inside the layer palette here in the layer mask, you can see there's a black stripe just gone across there, and that's representing the area that we've just masked out. So what I can do again, let's just undo that. What I can do again is I can do another one, Alt backspace, and that's done. And select Control D to deselect that. And so you can do all those kinds of things as well. And the other cool thing is that you may not want these sort of really hard edges that we've got going along here. So a good thing to do is choose a paintbrush, and there's plenty of brushes available. I've got some of my own custom brushes in here as well. But even some of the standard Photoshop ones are pretty cool. And you want something like maybe like a chalk brush, something like that. So something like this is pretty good. And what you can do there is just slowly sort of brush the edges away. Okay, so let's just increase the opacity there. So as you can see, just by going along there, I can scale up the brush and just get a different kind of pattern going on, and just just soften those areas, just get them worn out as well. I'm going to drop the opacity of the brush and then just slowly just give this a bit of wear and tear, like so. So there's things like that that you can do. And let's just turn off the UV map itself, and we'll just zoom out so you can see the area there that we've just gone and just started roughly painting out. So okay, so that's generally how you would do that. So let's turn that layer off, and actually let's just throw it away and turn that one back on, and there we go. So there's that way of doing that particular color layer effect for your file. So if I just hit F, take us back to our normal interface, and then just scale that down. Okay, so what we've got here as well now, as I said, we're going to go over this. So we've got a circular sort of gantry that we've made in Maya, and here's the UV layout. Let's just turn off the color background there. So here's the UV layout that we've got for that, and it's round, of course, and you're not necessarily going to get a texture that's going to do that. So I'm going to show you how to do that in a couple of easy steps, and it's really useful. So here's our texture. So let's do Control-0, bring that up a bit more. Okay, so here's our texture. Really easy to do. So what we need to do now is go to File. If we go to New, and just for argument's sake, we'll leave it on the default here that we've got, and just hit OK. And then what we want to do is go and grab our texture and drop that in, and what I'm going to do is scale that down, so all the way down like so, and there we go. So I think it's about there, and what if you can just try and get it to the very edge, even if you get a little bit of overlap, just try and get that to the very edge of the document, and you'll see why after. So and we'll just hit V, bring up our move tool, and then I've just copied that all the way along. Okay, and we'll do another one, drag and copy that down, and we'll do another one, and one more. Okay, so you can line it up as accurate as you like. I'm doing this very quickly just to give you an idea how to do that. Let's just move this along just a little bit. There we go. Just get rid of that sort of white space. The other thing as well, you may want to go in and just sort of get rid of the sort of stripes and stuff like that, but with patterns like this you need to be sort of extra careful so you don't overdo it and destroy the pattern that you're after. And I'm just going to scale this in a little bit more. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's just go in, let's have a look. Just Control T, free transform, and we'll bring that to about there, so that should be fine. So once you're happy and you've done any of your corrections and stuff that you need to do, actually let's just get rid of that one there. Okay, there we go. So once you're happy with everything you've got, you can merge that down, which is Control D. Okay, and then what you need to do now is, if we go to Filter in the Photoshop menu, go to Distort and go to Polar Coordinates. Okay, and let's have a look. So with the polar coordinates, what you're going to get is this effect. It's going to turn your straight file into a circular file, and vice versa. Okay, so what you need to do is hit OK, and there you go. So it does that. That's all good. Obviously a little bit of editing to do, which isn't big trouble, so I'm sure after following a fair bit of this tutorial with the texturing and stuff, you should be able to do that. So as you can see, it's given us this circular pattern, and then what we need to do is basically grab that and bring that in to the actual document itself where our texture is, and then all you need to do is basically transform it until it fits your UV and so forth, like that. Okay, and that one as well. So we'll just bring that in, and that one up a bit. And there we go. So you can muck around with that all you like until it's where you need it to be. Let's just bring that back over. There we go. And that one into there. So that's a roundabout kind of pattern there. And there you go. So then once it's done, you're ready to go in and apply your texture. Job done. So that's it. That's pretty straightforward to do that. So, and what I'll do, we'll close that off. So once it's done, you can go back in and apply it however you need it. Okay, so we'll close that one off. So just going to hit no, we don't want that anymore. And we don't want this one either. And that one either as well. So okay, so what we want to do now, as you can see, I've labelled all my UV tiles. So we want the roof, which is this one here, which is great. And in fact, actually we will go back to our file that we just had open actually. In fact, let's cancel that. That's file, open recent, main tower, let's use that one. There we go. So we will keep that open after all that. So with this, what we want to do is we're going to create the roof texture, and we're going to use a combination of the concrete texture that we've been using anyway, as I mentioned before, and we're also going to borrow the hue saturation layer from this file as well. So what we need to do first is grab the background layer and duplicate that and call that UV, okay, like so, and then we're going to put the blend mode for that to screen like that. So what that's going to enable us to do is to be able to see through this top layer through into the layer below it. So then what I'm going to do is going to go in and grab this layer, and I'm going to shift and drag so it centers that exactly where I need it. Okay, and with that done, I am going to close that particular file off, okay, like so. So that's all good to go. And then coming over to the other file here, just going to turn off the UV for a minute just so we can see what we need, and then all I'm going to do is just shift and drag that hue saturation layer into this one. Okay, so now we're done with that. We don't need that now. Okay, so now what we want to do is get all the colour, all this red colour, into the rest of our file. All we need to do is make sure we're on that layer, and then hit Control Backspace, and that will clear everything in that layer mask, and we're done. And that's as easy as it's going to get for that particular part of the exercise. To create a bump map, you can either go in and make a different copy of this. So if I go in and let's say let's create a new one of these like so, and we can just pop that above that layer, and what you can do is go to image, adjust, and desaturate that, and you can take all of that color information out of that, and then you can play around with your brightness and your contrast, things like that, so you can see, depending on how much bump and stuff that you want to use. Okay, so we can do it that way, or what you can do is use something like the similar methods of bringing in a color map into ZBrush and extracting the alpha channel for masking by intensity with a color there, and then just produce a normal map like we have been doing throughout the rest of the tutorial. So we'll call it down that one. So we're going to go File, Save As, go to our Final Maps folder. We're going to call this Roof Color _01. So that's going to be our PSD layer, the one that we can always adjust every time. Okay, so that one's done, and then I'm going to turn the UV off, and we're going to save this version as a JPEG. So this is the version that we'll use on our model. So there you go, Roof Color _01 JPEG, and we're going to save that out. Okay, like so, and that's done. And we're going to head back into Maya, and let's just come down, grab our roof, press Control A, bring up the attribute editor for that, and then go to our color channel, go to File, and then go and find our file. So we want to go to Work, and simply Lighthouse, Textures, Final, and Roof Color 01 JPEG, and that should apply that to the lighthouse itself. As you can see on the top here, we've got a bit of a seam there. So this is one of those things that I'm going to do off camera, but we're going to do this in ZBrush once again with the projection master, as we showed you in the last chapter. So you can go in and just clone some of the surface up and make sure there's no lines being applied to or any seams being applied to your texture. So there's a few little bits and pieces just running down here and around and down here as well. So those we'll get rid of in between this chapter and the next chapter as well. So that's all good. So what I'll do now is save that, so that's all good to go. So moving on, we're going to come down here now, and we're going to create the wooden texture for our window frames. Okay, and what I'd like to do as well is we're going to split the panels. So we're going to go to Layouts, 2 panes side by side like so, and there we go, we've got our UV texture editor, which is fantastic. And what I'll do, we'll just jump in a little bit closer here just to make sure we're in the right place. So we're going to jump back into Photoshop. I'm going to close this guy off, okay, like so, and then we're going to grab the UV tile for the wood, as you can see. So we've got a lot of window frames here like so, and we've got the door and the door frame and our crates and our barrels. But for the rest of this tutorial we're going to concentrate on just doing one of the window frames. Okay. Now what I've done is I've chosen a wooden texture that I'm going to use for this, and just going to label those UVs again just in here and put the blend mode to screen. So this is the texture that I've chosen to use. There's plenty of stuff going on in there to get some different sort of looking colour areas for the window frames. So let's just zoom in. Okay, so what we can see here, we've got 9 UV shells for that style of window. Now if you wanted to make these bigger, obviously you're going to need more room on your UV tile, but one thing you can do, and it's not really very good practice but it can be done, is to overlap UV shells on top of each other. So in this case, if you wanted these bigger, you can have 3 sets of 3, because we've got 9 tiles, 9 UV shells, I beg your pardon, and then you would just blow those up accordingly, scale them up, make them bigger. But because of the state of this tutorial and what it's going to be, is we're not going in close to any of this kind of stuff. It's just there for detail purposes, not super close-ups. So really it's almost just like a dash of colour to what we're going to be adding to these parts of the lighthouse. The rest is all going to be all the sea stuff and everything crashing against the rocks and stuff like that. So this is almost like a gesture, if you will. But if you want to do anything higher res, you may need more tiles to accommodate bigger shells and so on. So without further rambling on, let's jump into here and let's cut out a few bits of wood. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut sort of 4 slithers of wood, and then we're going to paste those in and scale those into this file. So I'm going to grab a slither from the top here, so Control C, Control V, just to paste that in, okay, like so. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to position them in a roundabout kind of way, and we'll adjust those in a moment. So we're going to cut out another one, so Control C and Control V, okay, and we'll put that one just about there for now, and then oops, and then we'll have another one from about there, so Control C, Control V, and then this time what we're going to do is rotate this one 90 degrees. There we go, and we'll just bring that up into a sort of a rough position, okay, like so, and then we'll do this one as well. And there we go. In fact, how is that one? Is that one the same? No, that's not. That's okay. It's not too bad. Okay, so we'll pop that one just there as well. And then what I'm going to do is just link those together, and we're going to scale these guys right down, okay, to about there, and we'll just bring those up to this area, and we'll zoom in. I'm going to hit F on the keyboard, so we've got a bit of room to work with these, and I'm just going to unlink all of those. So let's get cracking with these. Okay, so first of all we're going to do this one, and we're going to put that UV above there so we can see exactly where we're going. So let's hit Control T, and we'll just drag these around like so. There we go. So I'm just giving them a little bit of overlap as well. It's not anything I'm too concerned about. There we go. So there's that part of the frame, and then we want this one. Okay, and we'll do exactly the same thing. I'll just drag that across. There we go, like so. And then there. Let's just drag that up. There we go. And then we'll just pull that one down to about there. So that's good. So that's those two done. So now let's just zoom out, go and find the other two. So grab that one, and whoops, and we'll grab that one as well. So here's the bit that gets just a little bit different. So we're going to, first of all, we're going to drag those down both to there, and the same with that one. Okay, and then we're going to go and grab the other one, and we're going to pull that one down like so, and there we go, and then we'll just pull that one over and across, and we'll do the same with this one. Okay, and then we'll just bring that down to about there, and then Control and Shift to constrain that line there. So we're just following the UV line, so we get that kind of window sort of shape, window frame shape going on there where it's been cut and mitered together. And we'll do the same with the bottom one. Okay, like so. There we go. Now we'll just do that top one. Whoops. Just undo that. That's better. Now we'll just drag that just a little bit there. There we go. And my shift key got stuck there actually, so that's not good. And we'll just drag that one down to about there, pull that one up, and that one, and we'll just pull this one just inside there as well. So that's all good. Okay, so that's what we have. Just turn that off and you get the idea with what we're going for there as well. Not too worried about the overlap because we're not going to see that. And then we're going to come down here and just going to zoom out. I'm going to press Control V, sorry. So just paste in the last piece of wood that we pasted in for the main window frame, and we're just going to use those, this piece, sorry, to sort out these two remaining UV shells, like so. There we go. So what I'm going to do just scale this in, and this particular piece of the puzzle, if you will, is actually the inside of the window frame itself, the inner sort of edges and stuff. So again, it's not anything we're really going to see. I'm just going to hit Control V, and we're just going to pop this one back up there as well. Okay, and we're going to scale this guy down, bring him back, and we're going to do the same thing again for this other final UV shell. So let's bring that down there. There we go, that's all done. So now what we can do is save this out. So we're going to go File, Save As, Lighthouse Final. So we're going to call this Lighthouse underscore wood underscore 01. Okay, so we'll save the PSD there, and then we'll turn off our UV, do File, Save As, and this time we're going to do another JPEG, and there we go, Lighthouse underscore wood underscore 01, and we'll save that, and that's done. So now back into Maya, go and get our texture, hit File, Lighthouse wood, there it is, and then hopefully that's coming in the right place, exactly where we want it. And there we go. So that's going to conclude this part of our tutorial, and in the next one we will carry on as we were with this time with the crates and the barrels and also the metalwork as well, and then that really just sort of leaves us with the door and really the glass, and that's it, and then we're pretty much done with that part of the tutorial. So that's it for now, and I shall see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter, what we did, we went in and we created the textures and stuff for the window frames, and as you can see between the last chapter and now, I've gone in and sort of adjusted the rest and filled pretty much everything in. I'm not too worried about overly repeating surfaces because the window frames themselves are actually spread out at random in the UV shell anyway. If we just jump back over into Maya and have a quick look, okay, and if I can get this to move, there we go. Okay, so we just have a look at some of these window frames. You know, they're in a position where they're really not going to repeat on us in so many ways that we have to worry about it. So they're quite spread out, quite random. And there we go. So you can see that there. So there's two right next to each other, two totally different textures, and same round here as well. So it's all pretty good. So yeah. So there we go. So let's deselect that, and let's just zoom out, see where we're at, and there we go. So that's where we're at the moment, and for this chapter what we're going to be doing is having a look at the textures here on the crates and also on the actual barrels as well. So let's have a look, just make sure we've got the right one. So yeah, we do, so that's great. So just looking at the direction of everything here, you know, we can go in and we can tweak some textures and stuff, just like we did with the window frames and stuff. And so we'll do one of these, and then we'll move on to a barrel, and we'll do one of those as well. And then we'll move on to the metalwork and also the door as well. We can't forget the door. So we'll carry on with the crate. So let's just jump back over, and we're going to nip down to this one here, which is the one we want. And so as you can see, I've already chosen this wooden sort of texture here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab it and drag it into the document like so, and what we're going to do is scale this guy down. Now this one may be a little bit fiddly. Again, this is like I mentioned in the last chapter. You may want to create a bigger UV shell for each of these objects, and maybe overlay them just to get some better sort of resolution on the texture themselves. But as I said, for this particular exercise, it's not really going to be of any worry. So what we can do is, let's have a look at this. Okay, like so, and what I'm going to do is start that there and do that there as well. Okay, like so. Just going to move in, zoom in a bit more, give ourselves a bit more space to work with, and then we're just going to drag this one and start to sort of marry those up, just see how we're looking. Okay, like so. And so that's not too bad, just about there. And what we could do is actually overlap that there, so we get that nice sort of plank kind of look going on there. I'm not too worried about the nails at the moment, because what we can do, we can actually put some of those around just by putting a few sort of airbrush dots and stuff around. Again, it's not super high res, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, and then we can move along to this one as well. Okay, like so. Oops, just put that back. Okay, and that one there, let's have a look, see where he is, and let's just squash that in a bit more, just to give us a bit more of an even spread on those planks. There we go, it's not too bad, it's about there, I would say. That's pretty good. Okay, and let's grab that one. Let's just bring that out and just have a look where we are here. So that's not too bad. Okay, and what I'll do is, if we just duplicate another one of those, and this time that's okay, about sort of there, I would say. And again, what we can do there is we can cut that off. Let's just bring that back down, and let's just delete that on the end of there. UV tile's quite close there, so it may need a little bit of adjusting. Okay, but what we can do, we're going to copy this across anyway, so with a bit of luck we won't really need to worry so much about all that. So I'm just going to enter that, and I'm going to merge down the wood texture there, and what we're going to do is just bring that there just a little bit, so that's okay, and that's not too bad. So now what I'm going to do, let's have a look, we just squash this a bit more, and we'll just repeat the thinner slats of wood just across, like so. There we go. So that's actually even better. So what I'm going to do is merge that down, and then we'll cut that end piece off for now. There we go. Okay, so that's all good. And now what we want to do is probably duplicate the other pieces to go across here. So if we just grab this one, and then let's have a look, just move that along slightly around there, and then let's just bring that in to there. I'm not too worried about the colour change at all, because it would be made out of separate pieces of wood, and the wood will differentiate as it goes around. So let's just cut that area off there, and we're going to cut that area off just there as well. And let's just zoom in and have a look, see where we are. So that's not too bad. Okay, well, the proof will be in the pudding when we come to have a look at that in Maya, so that's okay there. I'm quite happy with that. That's fine. Okay, and then what we can do, we can grab that piece as well and just bring that down into here, and let's just bring up the opacity of that tile just so we can see what we're doing. Okay, there we go, so that's not too bad. And then what I'll do is, if we just zoom in properly, just so we can see it, and we can just adjust a few of the colours just to make sure. Let's trim some of these bits off. Just to get it a little bit tidier. Let's produce the other lasso tool. This one is a bit better. Oops, wrong layer. Let's just check our layers. Okay. And the same with that one, just there. So that's good. And then what we want to do is grab some more of this wood, and what I think we'll get is this nice piece just along here, like so. And we'll control that, copy that rather, control C, control V, and then we'll rotate this round, and then we'll zoom in like so. Okay, and we'll just push that across. And into there, so that whole strut is done pretty much. We need to check the actual UV shell just to make sure it's all lined up. Okay, so what we need to do is to trim this. Whoops. And that one's gone. There it is. Let's drag that to the top. And there's a slight bit of distortion there on the UV itself. Probably something we could tweak. There we go. So we'll just bring that round to there. So ideally that could be a little bit straighter. And what I'll do is cut that off. Just there, so that's good. Okay, so that one's done. And then what we can do is duplicate that. And again, it's all the same stuff that we did really in the last chapter. Nothing too drastic, you know. And there we go. So I'm going to leave that there for a minute, and we're going to save this guy out just to have a look, see what we look like. So save that. Okay. File, save as, and this time we'll do a JPEG. Save and overwrite the last one, and jump into Maya and go and grab our shader. There we go. and we can reload this, and there we go. So there's our first crate just gone on there. So a little bit of editing to do just on this area. We could probably do that with a UV tweak and then just copy all the UVs back all over again. So let's have a look at that. Okay, so let's have a look at that. So this is all stuff that is pretty fundamental kind of stuff that you can do yourself. So we can go into the UVs here and just move stuff across. So it's it's all stuff that you can do on the fly, just to get it to work right. And also it will make your life a little bit easier when it comes to doing all these straight lines and stuff. And there we go. So we can slowly start to edge all that back in. Okay, like so. And what we can do is use our copy UV script that I'll supply to you as well. It's very similar to the transfer attributes, except it will copy more than one UV set all the way across the board. So it's that's all good as well. And I think that's pretty good actually on that side. That's not too bad. Okay, so let's just have a look here. And just move those up. So the other thing as well, a little bit of editing to do on the colour map itself, and again we can produce a bump map either in Photoshop or in ZBrush. So just move these all up, there we go. So that's all looking pretty good. There we go. Okay, so we can jump back into Photoshop, and what I'm going to do is merge these down. Okay, like so. And I'm just going to adjust the colour, take a bit of that green out, and let's have a look. So what we've got, so and a bit of red I think we should add, make it a bit more sort of warmer, along with a bit of yellow. Let's just see how far we can push that. That's not too bad. Okay, and then go brightness contrast. So we can do all these sorts of things as well. And what I'll do is we can go in and we can begin to clone out some of these smaller areas that we don't need. Okay. And we can grab and get rid of those white splodges as well. Could leave them in if you wanted the seagull effect on your texture, but I think it's pretty best to keep it clean, so to speak. And yeah, so we'll just finish up doing this, and we can move on to the barrels. So just a little bit of cloning to do, and what we can actually do as well is actually add those. Oops, just a little bit off course there. There we go, that's not too bad. Okay, so there we go. So just a few more to do. And so on. There we go. And the last one, just here. Okay, so if we zoom out, so that's cleared that up a little bit better. And also we've got these areas here to do using the same technique. Whoops. Let's bring that back. A little bit untidy there. There we go, that's better. And there. Okay, like so. So that's looking pretty good. Okay, so what we can do now, I'll clone out the rest of these actually before we do anything else, and let's just grab that. I don't usually like to do stuff like this for too long on a tutorial because it can get a little bit boring for the viewer, so if you want to go ahead and forward it to the next tiny piece just after this, then please feel free to do so. But I just want to show you this on the fly like that anyway. Okay, so we're good there. So I'm going to call this color and create. Okay, and then what I'll do is create a new layer and we'll just call it nail, or nails in this case, and then we'll just go in and we'll sample a fairly good color. Let's just take out a bit of the saturation on that, and then do that, and then we can go in and see how big our brush is, and we can pop in some nails and stuff. So let's make that a bit bigger. So just going to grab that layer there, like so, merge that down, copy that layer again, and then just move that up, and so on. So we'll do that all the way to the end. Okay, and grab that one, and then that's nearly done already, so that's great. And then, whoops, let's just undo that one, and we'll just grab that one there and pop him on the end, and we'll just move this guy just along just a little bit, just keep it nice and random. Okay, like so, and then grab that and then just put that to the other side like so. Okay, so that's all pretty good. And then we can do another copy. Let's pop on the okay, and there we go. So we can do that as well. So we're going to save that file, save as, do a JPEG. Okay, save over that, hit OK. Go back to the crate, reload, and there we go. So there's our crate. And what we'll do, we'll come back and I'll do another variation of this, just like I did with the windows, and we can move along with that. So what we're going to do now is go right up here, and we've got our barrels and stuff. So we need to go back to the UV editor, and we're going to find the first barrel, which is just down here. Okay, so if we do UV, whoops, where is our barrel? In fact, let's grab all of those, and what I need to do is find that first one, which is there, not actually try and click on the image, which is what I was doing. So we can zoom in just down here and have a look, and there it is, so that's okay. Alright, so we want that one there, and if we just jump back in to Photoshop, okay, so what I'm going to do is just minimize this guy like so, and we should have another texture. There we go. So this one's pretty much there in terms of what I was looking for the barrel. So let's first of all let's merge down the nails onto the crate, so that's all good, and then grab this guy, and we're going to throw this in straight away down to the barrels. Hit Control T, and we're going to scale this down. Again, we're not too fussed about texture resolution, stuff like that for this particular part of the tutorial. As I said in the last chapter, it's all about gestures and stuff for this. So I'm just going to scale this right back to about here. And on here as well. And what we'll do, we'll round that up like so, and we'll just distort this just to give it a little bit of variation there. Okay, there we go. Just going to jump back into Maya there for a minute. Okay, just checking those shapes and stuff, and what we can do is that, and we can again do the same thing that we've just been doing with the crate, and go in. Let's put on a layer mask for this. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll mask that out. Just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so I'll grab that and we'll just pop that over there like so, so that all matches up. Then we'll get rid of that UV tile for a minute, and get rid of any of this stuff on the edge. So okay, and then excuse me, What we need to do is just distort this just a little bit. I'm not too fussed about any of the UV lines here because these are irrelevant actually for this part of the model. They're not like the crate. Okay, so what I'll do is we'll get rid of the nails off of this UV shell, and what we'll do, we'll just go and cut those off because we're not going to need them. We'll do exactly what we did with the crate. Excuse me. So there we go. Just go along the very edge of the UV shell and just cut that off. Okay. And just down there. It's not too bad. It's probably a little bit close there with the shell itself, but I'm not going to worry about that for now, because we can always go back in and respace that if need be. Okay, so that's all done. That's looking pretty good. We've got a repeating part of the texture there, so we're just going to get rid of that. Just undo that. Okay, so we can grab this area. That's better. Okay, like so. And the other thing with barrels, they have the wooden top, and they're generally pretty slatted as well. So what we can do, we can cut out using the circular or the elliptical marquee tool. If we grab that tool, then do copy and paste, and then what we can do is hit W or V, I beg your pardon, and we can scale this up a little bit, like so, and then that can go on the inside of the barrel, or on the top of the barrel, sorry. Okay, and then we can duplicate that one. Okay, we'll just zoom straight back in, and we'll do the same with this one as well. Now the other thing as well that you can see here is that with these like marks and stuff, it's usually best to get rid of those and neutralize them, because otherwise, because we've got so many shells of the barrel, you're going to get this sort of like repeating process going on, unless you go in and manually rotate the barrels around so they look different from all sides. But it's generally a good thing to try and keep everything looking unique in itself. That's better. Okay, so we'll get rid of that one, because otherwise you're going to go, oh, that's the same texture there, that's the same texture there, and so on. So it's always good to keep stuff looking good, like so. Okay, so what we want to do now is just going to adjust the colour, and let's have a look at colour balance. No, maybe not. Let's merge that down, and we'll call that colour barrel. Okay, so that's done, and then image adjust that. Let's do some brightness and contrast. Let's bring that right down. In fact, let's wash that out just a tiny bit. Okay, and then just clone this, and then what I'm going to do is add some colour this time. That's better. And image, now we can adjust the brightness and contrast. which is going to be better, I hope. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll leave that there, I think, and we'll take that off, so that's not too bad. A few little things we can get rid of on the texture itself, like these little white spots, but for now what we'll do, we'll save that and then do another copy, save as JPEG, save, overwrite that, back into Maya, and reload. So hopefully the barrel should look pretty good, and there we go. So that's all done as well. So that's a head start on that, and what we can do in the next, from now to the next chapter, we can go in and just recreate a few little differences and stuff like that. If you want, you can add text using the text tool in Photoshop. You know, you might want to put your own sort of label and stuff on there as well. It's entirely up to you. So yeah, so in the next chapter what we're going to look at is just doing the metal railings and the door, and then following on from that we can do the glass, and then final chapter we'll look at doing displacement and stuff and putting it all together. So we'll finish that there, and I'll see you in the next chapter. So cheers for now. Okay, so moving on. In the last chapter what we did, we went in and we created the wood textures and stuff for the barrels and the crates. So let's just view those, and let's just hit keyboard 6, and there we go. So you can see exactly what we've done there, and I've added a little bit of writing on the top, nothing spectacular, but just something to show you what you could do to your work and stuff. So that's all done, and without further ado, what I think we need to do now is carry on, and let's get the door done, and then what we can do after that is carry on with the railings and stuff up the top. So let's jump back into Photoshop, and as you can see, I've still got the template open for the windows and the barrels, and this also includes the UV shell for the door, which is pretty straightforward. I've done a bit of searching around through my own texture library and stuff, and I found this door that I thought would be ideal. What we'll do, we'll use the top half here, and then we'll edit out a few of the bits and pieces on here and make it all fit, and also we'll use our piece of wood texture that we used a couple of chapters ago on the window frames. So let's get cracking with that. So let's just make sure we're in the right layer and stuff. Yes, we are. So what I'll do is I'll just go in and copy all of this. So let's just cut that out like so. So Control C, Control V. So that's all in place now. And then what we'll need to do is just basically get all of this into play like so. This chapter will be fairly short. I don't think it'll be a very long one, because we're coming to the end now, and once this chapter's out of the way, then what we'll do, we'll be getting on with the glass for the lighthouse, you know, for at the top, stuff like that. So that's looking pretty good, and what we'll do is if we hit F just to maximize our workspace. Okay, let's have a look and let's see what we've got. Okay, and we'll drop the opacity for the shell, and what we need to do is grab that layer and just pull that up ever so slightly, just so we cover that shell there that we've got going on. So that's all good there. Okay, like so, and there we go. So what we need to do now is get rid of this hinge. So what I'm going to do is use the clone tool for this. Just choose an area a little bit out of the way and just carefully clone that out let's just come out, zoom out a little bit more. Like so. Not too worried about the middle bit actually, because that's not going to be seen. So we can just wade on in, and what we could even do is just simply cut that guy out like so, just so you don't have anything to worry about. You can just delete that, that's all good. Okay, and whoops, let's just come back on that. There we go. Okay, so what we need to do is, I think here we'll cut a piece out and then paste that up because it's gone a little bit blurry. If you recall in previous chapter, what I did was mention that fact of sometimes a bit of overuse of the clone tool can cause blurring on textures. So we're going to copy and paste a texture just up to here. We're just going to deform this just to get it to fit a bit better. So as you can see, we've got this line just up here. So what we'll do, we'll blend that back in. Let's just take the brush size down, and let's choose a different brush actually. Okay, let's do it from here. There we go, that's better. And then also what we can do is adjust the brightness and contrast. So that's pretty good. Okay, and we'll just do this just to scale it up a little bit more into place, and there we go. So that's good. And then let's have a look down here. That's not too bad, but I think it's kind of irrelevant. That particular hinge, it's not going to do anything for us on this particular part of the lighthouse. So again, what we can do is if we go in and just remove this area here, and I'll just get rid of the UV tile. And we'll select there we go, and we'll just get rid of this line just across here. And there we go. Okay, and that's pretty straightforward. So now what we might be able to do is just grab an area of that, just select that, copy and paste. I'm just going to move it down just over the top of this small area. I'm going to clone out the black spot there, and also the wood there, and then we'll add another layer mask. And what we can do is go in and just blend that back. And there we go. And if we zoom out, you're not going to know. So let's merge those two layers together. apply that so we get rid of the layer mask. Okay, that's looking pretty good down there, and let's just pop back on our template, and what we'll use is our trusty wood texture. So I'm going to call it a day with the wood there for now. Okay, so let's grab this guy, let's get a couple of strips from here, so Control C and Control V, and we'll rotate this guy around. Okay, scale that, and again we can do this the same style as we did for the window frames. And just going to grab that, just going to duplicate this piece just for that bit there. I'm not too worried about the general sort of size of that or what the colour is for it, but as long as it's a roundabout colour right, then I'm good with that. Okay, and we'll just adjust the brightness and contrast in there for a bit as well, so just dull that down to about there, I think. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll grab another piece. Okay, Control C and Control V, okay, like so. And if we just grab that, scale this in just a little bit more, and what I'm going to do is grab that one again, and we're going to add that to this one up here, and we'll just drop that one below and that one below. Okay, and then we'll just zoom in and then adjust it accordingly. To about there, and the same with this guy. In fact, if you look at that, there's a little bit of distortion going on there, and it's never occurred previously. So what I'm going to do is undo that like so, and then we're just going to pull that in as near as possible to there, and then what we'll do the old-fashioned way, and you can either layer mask this or you can just simply cut that out like so. Okay, got a little bit of overlap, which is always friendly enough for me for things like this, so that's okay and that's okay. Okay, good, and then I think we got one more piece to do, which is just at the top there, and we'll just paste in from the clipboard this one piece, from there. So that's all good. So I'm just going to save that, and then we're going to do File, Save As. We'll do a JPEG and the Lighthouse wood, and that's all done. Okay, and back into Maya, just grab that, and then we'll reload everything, and there we go. so that's not bad at all. So what I'm going to do now is just going to adjust the door a little bit on the colour. Okay, so let's merge those down. Okay, good. And then image adjustments. And then we'll add some colour. So about there. Okay, and then we'll darken it. Try not to get in that sort of overly contrasty edges, just enough to pop, make that pop there, and then we'll bring this down, which is the door frame, like so. And then what we'll do, we'll just scuff that up towards the bottom, and I think we can do the same with the door actually. Just make it a bit darker towards the bottom, and we'll just darken that. As well. So that's all good. So we'll save that, and we'll do File, Save As, do ourselves a JPEG, and done. Back into Maya, select our door, and reload. There we go. So that's a little bit better looking than what we had a minute ago. Okay. So right, last but not least, here are the railings that we have here. If we just jump over to the UV editor, and there we go. So this will bring us almost to the conclusion of our tutorial for the modeling and texturing. And if we just jump back over, and we can save that, and we can close that off as well. Get rid of this one, and we can get rid of this one. Now for the metal texture, what I've chosen is fairly sort of random and sort of grey looking texture. Let's just jump back into Maya for a second. Just want to see what's what. Okay, so that's those, and these have got to be the radar antenna, and this is going to be the rest of the railings, so that's fine. So what we'll do, we'll choose one of these, okay, and pop that there, okay, and we'll jump back into Photoshop, and again a very simple way of doing this, and we're going to be using exactly the same method as we did for the windows, etc. Okay, so we'll call that UV. Okay, and then we'll grab this guy and we'll drop him in like so. Bare metal, no. Okay, cool. So we'll drop that under there, and let's go and have a look. So again, this isn't going to be anything super special. It's just going to be something for a gesture of colour, maybe a bit of dirt, and a little bit of cloning to join things back up. Okay, like so. And let's just jump over, and we can just clone this up together. And there we go. And what we can do, actually, still not happy with that. bit of cloning, so let's copy and paste that over this area like so, and let's rotate that around, have a look. Okay, so we'll then add this layer mask, and there we go. So that's blended that back in. It's not too bad. Okay, and Control E to merge that down like so. And what I'm going to do is pretty much a bit of a cheat, and we're going to scale that in like so. Going to pop on the UV and just going to move this all the way across. So let's get this all sorted just on the edges of stuff, and there we go. And we'll do the same on this one. There we go. That's pretty good. And just need it a little bit wider because of the bottom of that. And there you go. And again, just going to copy this across. And this one. And this one. Moving that around a little bit. Okay, so just put that down and pop this one down as well. Okay, like so. So those are done, and then we can move this lot all the way across. And do exactly the same thing for these. In fact, we can probably go in, let's have a look. I was a little bit distorted there on the UV, but that's pretty good, that's not too bad. And then what we can do is grab another one. And we'll just clone that across like so. Bring that down. Get that off of there. Okay. And then just copy all of these across again. I'm not overly worried about the repeating of this because they're in such random places that you're not going to see them together all at once. So that's all good. And we'll just move this one across. And there. There. And also there. And then all that does is just leaves us with these guys here, and what we'll do, we'll do a big chunk of that. Let's have a look for our metal bear. There it is. So we'll grab this and we're going to do this right across the board. because there's so many tiny pieces. There we go, like so. Then we'll just grab that and then pop that in there. And then again with this, and there we go. Okay, and we'll save this as metal underscore color underscore 01. Okay, and then we'll save a JPEG version as well. Okay, save, and let's just put that up there, and we're good. Okay, so back into Maya, and then go and grab our texture. Okay, go to the work folder, and where are we? There we are. Lighthouse, textures, and photo map, and the metal color, and that should all have gone on, which it has, and there we go. Okay, so that's pretty much that done. All it leaves us to do now is, as I said in the last chapter, just to fix a few seams on top of the tower, and then in the next chapter we're going to concentrate on the glass, and we're pretty much there. And then we're going to hand over to Dave to show us how to throw this sort of thing into a scene with real flow fluids, and take you through the whole process of that. So we'll call it a day there for now, and I'll see you in the next chapter. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome back. This is the final sort of texturing chapter that we're going to do, and we've left the glass until last for this particular piece. And what we're going to do, we're going to be looking at using this particular texture, and we're going to be using this particular metal texture as well. We're going to be using this as an alpha channel, so it stops the amount of transparency coming through on the shader itself or the glass, so it looks like there's smears and dirt and stuff on the windows. So it's going to be very useful to use this, and we're going to use it in two sizes, because we've got the large piece of glass up the top of the lighthouse, and we've also got the smaller sort of window panes and the glass as well for the front door. And we'll also use this as a colour map as well, so we can drop those both in. So, and this one as well, what we're going to use this for is for a texture on the window frames, if you like, or the window supports for the upper part of the lighthouse. And this is just another way of putting something in instead of geometry. So we're just going to rely on a texture to take place of the geometry, if you like. So we're going to be using sort of an alpha mask to block this in, and go from there. So if we just get started, so what we'll do, we'll get started on the colour part first. So we just go to our UV texture, and we'll just call this UV. We'll dupe that up, call it UV, just like we've been doing for the rest of the tutorial. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go Control A, Control C, Control V, and drop this guy in. Okay, and then we'll just drop him underneath the actual UV tile, and we're going to hit screen so we can see what's going on underneath, which is great. And then, whoops, we want that one, so we're going to grab this guy like so, and we're going to scale him up all the way along as near as we can. Okay, and we'll go about there, and we'll get it as near as we can to the edge of that UV tile. There we go. Okay, so that's not too bad. So that's a good start. So what we'll do as well, we'll just bring that across just a tiny bit more. So we're going to use that there for that. And then we're going to go to Image, Adjust, Hue Saturation. We're going to give this a slight colour. In fact, we won't use Hue Saturation. We'll just go to the good old colour balance. So we're going to jump in here and we're going to just apply a little bit of green. I always think green is a good colour to add to glass. And let's just have a look at the blue as well, or the yellow. So I think we'll just go with the green, not too green obviously, but just a little bit of green there, and there we go. Okay, so that's not too bad. And then what we're going to do, so we're going to call this upper glass, okay, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate that, okay, and we're going to drop that down, and we're going to use this now on the smaller glass. And then what we're going to do is just scale it down ever so slightly, like so. Okay, and there you go. So that's all good. So that's the sort of first part of the colour done there. Now the other thing we want to do is we're going to add this sort of metal kind of look to this, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to divide it up into sections. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18. So we've got 20 there. So we're going to do 5 lots of 4 for the window frames, and what we'll do for the end ones, we'll cut the window frame actually in half. So what we'll do is we'll choose a good measurement of sort of the width for this to represent the window frame, and what we'll do actually, we'll make it easier on ourselves, is if we create a new layer and we just zoom in, okay, and what I'm going to do, we'll put this to black, and I'm going to go and grab the line tool. So if I can find my line tool, it will be, where did I put the line tool? There it is. It's right in front of me. Okay, right, so what we're going to do, we're going to check the line tool out. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to draw a line down here. Now I don't want the arrows because that's on that setting, so I'm just going to undo that. And we're going to go, excuse me, turn off the arrow heads, start and end, and we're just going to go in again, like so. And what I'm going to do is just scale this up ever so slightly, okay, like so. So it gives us enough width on this, and there we go. And I'm making sure that that is actually sitting halfway on that line. So I'm just going to hit F, so we've got a bigger workspace, and I'm going to grab that and move it along another 4. So 1, 2, 3 and 4, like so, okay, and then we'll do that again. So 1, 2, 3 and 4, that's just disappeared in there. There it is, and it's about halfway, okay, like so. So it's looking pretty good. And then what we want to do is another one. So I'm going to grab that. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, that's about halfway. Let's just zoom in, that's pretty good. Okay, and then what we're going to do is, if I just turn off the background a minute, okay, like so, and then we're going to grab this one and bring him across to halfway, and then what we'll have to do is be a little bit clever. In fact, we'll leave that one, I think, for now, because I think we'll have to rely on that for the texture. And my point being with this one is that if we use the texture, we'll cut the texture in half. We'll use the width of it actually, let's put that back. We'll use the width of this, we'll cut it in half, and then we'll paste the other half of the texture at the other end, so hopefully it gets rid of a small seam for us on the end of this. Okay, so let's do that. So what we want to do now is I'm going to merge these down like so. Okay, and Control E, and again that's good. I'm going to hit F, take us back to this, and I'm going to grab this guy. Okay, and then going to go Control, Shift, and V. Hang on one sec. Alright, so Control C, Control, Shift, V. Come on. In fact, we don't need to do that. What we can do, we can drag that in like this. Okay. And what I'm going to do is duplicate, duplicate the texture along like so. Okay. And then we'll merge it down. And then with the Alt key pressed, press the line center between that layer and the layer that we made the bars with, and then that way what it will do, it will clip the actual texture into the bars that we created like a mask. So it's always it's a good shortcut to do that. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm just going to darken the metal as well. Let's get the right layer and darken that metal just a little bit. There we go. So that's all good. Okay, and then we're going to jump down here and merge that down, and then come to the other end like so, and we're going to grab this and we're going to cut that off right on the very edge there. So I'm going to go layer via cut so it keeps it in the right place, and then we're going to drag this guy all the way back down to the other end like so, and hopefully zoom in and line him up with the very edge of the UV shell. So then when that wraps round, it should hopefully join up quite well once we get back into Maya. Okay, so we're done there. That's pretty much what I wanted to do for the colour. This is a good sort of cheap and easy fix if you like to do glass mapping. We could have made the frames from geometry. You can go ahead and do that, of course. So what we need to do now is just double check that that's okay, and we'll Control E, and then what we can do is go and merge these down, okay, like so. In fact, what we will do, we'll undo that, and then we'll make a duplicate of these. Okay, so what I'm going to do is fill these ones with white, okay, because these are going to need to block out the colour so we don't have any transparency. Okay, so that's that one. And then these two guys, the two bits of glass as well, I'm just going to duplicate that one. We're going to pop those at the top, and that one as well. Okay, like so. And what we're going to do there is desaturate those. In fact, let's merge those down. Okay. So we're going to go and desaturate these guys, and we're going to give them a little bit of brightness and contrast as well. So like so, and then those are our excuse me, those are the frames. So what we want to do is undo that, and then we can do this. So we're going to go to our channel, create a new channel, and we're going to fill this with white on the selection, okay, like so. And then we're going to go back to RGB, to our layer, going to go Control A, okay, like so, and Control C, and Control V into there. And then all I need to do, I've done that the other way around, so what I need to do now is get rid of that because I don't need that, and go back to the channel. So I need to do that, so by selecting those guys, go back to the channel, whoops, and fill those back into white. So those will now make our alpha channel for the glass when we come into Maya. So what we're going to do now, we're going to call that as good as done. So I'm going to pop that guy in the bin. So we're going to call this framework, and we'll merge that down, and we're going to call that upper glass. So that's all fine. So that's ready to go. So I'm going to save this off. So I'm going to go save as, okay, and we're going to call it glass, okay. That's the Photoshop version. And now what we want to do is go save as, and go to Targa, and call this glass, or Lighthouse glass we'll call it, because it's going to be the file for the Lighthouse, underscore glass TGA. Okay, so this is a Targa file, and go to File, Save, and you'll get these options come up. Save it as a 32-bit pixel, and that will save. Actually, we need to turn that off. Save as Targa, and we'll just replace that as a 32-bit. Okay, and there we go. So what that will do, so if I go back to the glass, open that up, so here's the Targa file, and if we go to the channels, we now have that all saved out within our color file as well. So the alpha one will give us this in Maya automatically. So let's jump over to Maya and load that up. Let's down that, and let's just zoom in onto there. There we go. And so we want to go to the color channel, go to File, and load this guy up. And we go to Lighthouse Glass, open that up, and there we go. So we've got these bars on the lighthouse itself, and we've got these extra little bits and pieces, scuffs and dirt on the actual glass as well. And so there you go. And they're transparent as well, and if you need to adjust the transparency or make them less transparent, then the easiest thing to do is just jump back in to your Photoshop file, and basically if you just select the black, do Control Shift I to inverse the selection, and then just go Image Adjust, Brightness and Contrast, and make it brighter, because what that will do, it will stop the light from coming through. Anything that's black or dark will let the light through, and it will make everything sort of transparent and stuff like that. So if you want to make it less see-through, then all you have to do is bring up the brightness, even the contrast, but if you do the contrast you will tend to lose a little bit of the detail. So I'm going to leave it at that for now, Okay, and we're going to go back and do save. So that's our PSD, and then file, save as, go to our Targa, Lighthouse glass, save. Whoops, we need to get rid of that copy. Okay, and do file, save as, Targa, Lighthouse glass, save, hit OK, 32-bit, done. Okay, then go back into Maya and let's have a look at the windows. So reload, there you go, so it's less see-through now. Okay, so that's all good, and there you go, and the same with the top of the lighthouse there as well. Okay, and that will conclude the texturing of the lighthouse. So we're going to call it a day there, and we're going to do one more chapter, and I'm going to show you how to set up a displacement map for the rocks and stuff down here, just to finish everything off, and then we're good to hand over to David for the rest of the tutorial and introduce you to RealFlow. So I shall see you very, very shortly. Okay, so welcome back. In the last chapter we had a look at doing the windows and stuff like that on the lighthouse, not the warehouse. And for this final chapter we're going to be looking at applying the displacement map to the island. And as you can see on this one, as I've zoomed in, we can see all this gorgeous detail and everything else that we sculpted way back in the ZBrush section. And in order to get the displacement out of that model, I suggest you go back and look at that particular chapter, because we're not going to be going over that in this chapter. We're just going to be looking at applying it to our actual model. And this is an actual 16-bit TIFF as well. So with 16-bit TIFFs, they're a little bit reliant on scene scale. So depending on the size of your scene and objects and stuff in it, it's going to make your values either quite high or quite low, depending on how big they are. We're going to have a look at that now, and let's jump over into Maya. So here in Maya, what we've got is our island model. The rest of the model is hidden. I've also got a directional light in here, and I've got the intensity at 1.55, and if I scroll down, I'm using ray trace shadows with a light angle of 12 and shadow rays at 15, just to give us a slight sort of soft shadow effect. So what I'll do, let's do a quick render of that, just so we can see what it looks like in its full glory. So we'll just wait for this to pop. So we should have something that's sort of half decent, you know. So there you can see, as it comes up now, we've got our island, and we've got all the normal map detail that we did. And here's the shader network, and I'll just quickly run through that with you as soon as this is popped. Let's have a quick look. And there we go. So what we've got here is a 960 by 540 render, and as you can see, we've got all the gorgeous detail that we sculpted in into the model in ZBrush, and we extracted that out as the normal map. So what we want to do now is use a displacement map just to finish this off and give it a bit more depth. Okay, so what we've got, let's have a look at this. So this is our rock base, which is this shader onto the model with our colour map. We can view that here like so. So there's the colour map that we sculpted. So I'll just close that off, and what we can do is switch to the normal map, and there's our normal map with all our fantastic detail that we did. And we'll close it off as well. And the way that's applied is, if we go to the shader again, so you go through the bump map channel, click on that, go and find your map, and then once it's done and loaded, make sure it's not on bump but on tangent space normals, because we're using a normal map. And also I've just increased the bump depth to 1.5. Sometimes it makes a little bit of difference, sometimes it doesn't. It's usually quite visible in real time if you're displaying your high quality render setting. but for this exercise we're not going to be doing that. So anyway, with that done, we now want to apply a displacement map. And as I mentioned, we modelled this fairly almost like full scale, so our values for the displacement map are going to be quite high. Okay, so what we need to do is double click on the shader node, okay, and if we go out to the tab here and go down to the channel here that says displacement material, and we're going to go and grab that, and it's created. This is one of the little bugs in Maya. Let's just come back out there. It's a little bug in Maya. Sometimes when you create a displacement node, it sometimes adds on an extra bump node, which we don't actually need. So it disconnected the one that we have already in the scene. Excuse me. And so what we need to do is just put that back. So like so, just middle mouse, drag that onto there, and just click back to bump map. Double click on that just to make sure that we're actually back on tangent space normals as well, just in case anything's gone amiss. Okay, so then what we want to do is go to our shading node and go and pick up our map. So let's go to work, and we want Simply and Lighthouse textures and the final maps, and I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom here. In fact, it's at the top for the displacement, and open that up. Okay, so that's all done. Right, so also what we want to do now as well, because we're going to be using a displacement, we want to go to the window rendering editors, mental array, an approximation editor, and we're going to throw on an approximation node. So just hit create, and then that should appear in the attribute editor here on the left, on the right, I beg your pardon. Okay, so we've got some settings here. We've got parametric with n subdivisions, and we've got spatial with min and max subdivisions. It's actually up to you which one you use. We're going to start off with the parametric, as it's really easy to do. It defaults at 2, so what I'm going to do is put it on 4, and what this is going to do is going to help us push out the amount. This is going to be like the triangulation, if you like, or the subdivision level on the mesh it's going to give us. So it's almost like the lower one would be cardboard, and a higher level would be, say, just for argument's sake, silk. Okay, and basically this is the way that spatial works as well, and the length is the one that controls the sort of thickness or the stiffness of the material as well. So if we have a low setting, it's going to be very fine details that hopefully it will pick out. So let's jump back to parametric anyway for now. So that's all good, and just click on the mesh, and if you go to displacement map here, and just make sure that feature displacement is clicked off. Okay, so now if we go back to our displacement map, now if we come down here, let's just close that off, and if we come down to color balance, alright, what we've got here is alpha gain and alpha offset. Now these are the two guys that are going to actually make a difference to the displacement on this model. Also make sure that your alpha is luminance is checked as well. Now what we need to do, these are going to control the way that Maya uses the greys, the whites and the blacks for the displacement map, and these are the ones that are going to do the pushing and pulling, if you like. That's probably the simplest terms that I can put it. So what we want to do, the top one, usually what you would do is put in a value of 2.2, and then what you do minus half that value, so it would be 1.1. Okay, now because we're using 16-bit and we're working at full scale in this scene, that particular value isn't really going to be working for us, because that's sort of looking at this area down in here, and we want to be looking more at the bigger picture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase this to about 15, and we're going to do minus 7.5, which is half of 15. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to store the image, okay, and then we're going to do another render, and then we'll come back and see if we can compare the two from this default one to the now added displacement map. So I'm going to press the button and I'm going to pause, and then I'll come back once it's rendered. Okay, so welcome back. So let's just blow this up. So this is our first render, and it took 1 minute 8 seconds. And let's just scroll back to the original. So there you can see the original, and then by adding the displacement map to it, you can now see that a lot of the features have become a lot more sharper and a lot more rugged, and you can start to see some of the more of these sort of shadowed areas start to appear. So you can now see that the displacement map has started to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to store that image, and I'm going to increase this to 30, okay, and then do -15. Now you can try this out yourself, and you'll see what I mean with these large values, because we're working at a scene scale. So and because it is a 16-bit map, so it really does affect it, because it is that type of map. If it was a 32-bit, it wouldn't be so bad, but for speed and everything else, we're using the 16-bit. So what I'm going to do is another render, and we'll come back shortly. Okay, so welcome back, and let's do another scroll. So if you go back to the other image, you can now start to see, if you look at these areas very subtly, this is a low resolution, fairly low resolution render, but if I scroll back to our previous render, so you can start to see there's a fair bit of popping starting to happen now there, okay, and if we look down in this area as well, so you can see the displacement of the geometry is actually there, which is pretty cool. So that's one way of doing the displacement there. So we've got quite large values here. So we've got 30 on the alpha gain and a -15 on the alpha offset, purely because we're working at full scale. So again, you may want to increase this, and I think what we will do, let's just go for broke, and we'll do let's say 45 and then -22.5. okay, let's try that one, and we'll make this the last one for this, and then we'll go and have a look at the spatial settings as well and see if we can get a better render. Okay, so welcome back again. Another quick render. It was only 1 minute 6 for that. So if we go back to our last snapshot, so you can see that one, and now you can compare it to this one now. So there's a lot more displacement going on, and the detail has started to really pop, especially in these areas that you can see here. Again, you might want to test it with some different light directions and stuff like that. So what we'll do, that's quite acceptable. I would be very, very happy with that. But what we can do is, if we select the actual model and go back to the mental ray subdivision approximation node, and this time let's switch down to spatial, and we're going to have a look at this. So what we'll do, we're going to save that as is, okay, and what we're going to do is add minimum subdivisions to 3, and we're going to give it the length of 1. So this is going to give us hopefully some finer detail. What you have to bear in mind as well is that these settings now are going to take a little bit longer because of this guy here. So be prepared for some possible longer render times as well. So I'm going to store that image, okay, and what I'm going to do as well, actually let's go back and let's click on our image here. Let's leave these number settings there like that and see what kind of result that we get. We may get something that's very similar, we may not at all. So it's just dependent on this type of render now. Okay, so let's go for it. So let's hit that, and I'll see you in a mo. Okay, so welcome back. After doing that render setting, there's really very, very little difference. It's very, very subtle. I can see a little bit here. I don't know if you can make that out on the video here, but I can just about see it here on my screen. It's a very, very slight difference, not a great deal at all. There's hardly anything around here, if anything at all again. So it just goes to show you that, you know, once you start playing around with the settings, you can almost pretty much get them the same. The only difference is the render time was 2 minutes and 41 as opposed to 1 minute 6 using the parametric setting. So it's just something for you to think about there. So what we're going to do, we're going to call it a day. with this part of the tutorial. Let's just very quickly jump back over to the subdivision approximation, put that back to parametric, and if we just open up our outliner and just open up these guys and do show selection, and then hopefully we should have the rest of the lighthouse. Whoops. Okay, so we show the rest of the lighthouse showing there now, so that's good. And if we just zoom out and have a look at this. Okay, let's just frame that up a little bit more. Okay, there we go. So we'll do that. So that's all ready to go. So again, you know, bear in mind what scales and stuff you're going to be working at, because obviously this is going to have like a knock-on effect once you go into real flow, because I'm sure David's going to explain stuff about sizes and scales and stuff like that, because obviously you're going to be creating waves and splashes and things like that. So you know, if you're going to work on a smaller scale, you're going to have smaller values and so forth, so you're not going to have as much control as opposed to bigger values where you can drop down more and go up more, because once you start going to lower values you're going to run out real fast. So it's just one of those things that you want to bear in mind. So what we'll do a quick render to see this tutorial, or this part of the tutorial out, and I'll hand you over to David. So let's do one more render and move on. Okay, so there's our render. Welcome back to this last part, and there it is. So that's everything for that scene. I hope this has been of use to you, some small information nuggets in there for you. So we're going to call it a day completely here for the modelling and the texturing, and I'll hand you over to David now for the real flow stuff. So this is Jay, cheers for now.